All right, so this is the Conspiracy Broadcasting Network. I've been away for a lot of interesting reasons. This channel is about a conspiracy that's been revolving in my life. Again, I always start with saying this is uh, covert, and then around 2014, it opened up to an overt um, campaign. Both of my fatherly figures in my life, my stepfather, my biological father, from my understanding, are both intelligence officers. At one point, one in the CIA, and then one that works for military, but the CIA recruit from. Um, so the most up to date tactics have been the same things that I've said in the past. And I want to start this video by saying that there's a bunch of things that I'm going to go and talk about on the legal aspects of what occurred in jail. So I did a 6-month stint, 60-day stint, 2 months in jail for the February 19th. During testimony, the officers lied and said they didn't see anybody on scene, which was the officer Quagmire, even though Officer Allen was part of that role, both out arriving later and then during the jail experience. And then Michael lying about physicalities and things of that nature, which I'm going to get into. And then I realized that while I was sitting in jail, all the things that I've been through, the lies, the cheating, and the deceiving through millions of people at this point, undermining all of my things, such as my lawsuits, my cell phone, thesis, and my master's program. And at this point, I'm in my middle 30s. And since inception of the overt campaign in 2014, there's literally been at least a million people involved, and these people are calling it on YouTube gang stalking. You could call it a lot of different things, organized stalking. They have things like Scientology, but it's all under the dark state, is what I would call it. And the tactics that are being used are the same tactics that you would use in the art of war. I was listening to the Diary of a CEO recently, and he had the who was that? Professor Zhang, Jiang, who is a predictor, essentially, of a predictor of here we go of war and a predictor of events. And this is what the intelligence community prides themselves on. He also talks about exactly what I've already spoken about, which is for a couple decades, I guess, a couple decades now, all of my electronics have been recorded. All of my keystrokes have been recorded through my laptops. This has been going on since high school, all through college, and they have been downloading my keystrokes and interrupting my keystrokes with the key logging technology, who's then take that information, put it in a library, and now they're able to extrapolate from all of my data what decisions I'm going to make, where I'm going to be, when I'm going to be there, how I'm going to get there. And they can extrapolate that using this human tracking technology that they have me on. And now I can't go in any public space or even around my house for that matter without my neighbors, either anywhere. It could be anywhere. Any state, any county, any city. I can't go anywhere without these sleaze bags of people, literally hundreds of thousands, literally a million plus people at this point, following you around, touching you. So bottom line, it's mental and physical abuse, okay, over a decade plus. Specifically more towards I mean, it's been longer than a decade at this point. It's been like 11, 12 years, okay? It's been longer than a decade. So I'm going to start with the most recent things that's continuing to occur. And then I'm going to just kind of phone through my phone and show pictures of how they're attacking me and keeping this mental abuse on me at all times. Um, the other thing is with all the medications, you have psychiatrists who are trying to destroy your brain. I was recently with this doctor called Dr. Slashay. She's somewhere up there in like New York or something, but she's a telehealth, telemedicine doc, and she's trying to get me like on SSRIs, antipsychotics, numerous antipsychotics, and she's trying to use synergy, and she's using synergy basically to just destroy your brain. All of these medications, especially antipsychotics, especially SSRIs, which have anticholinergic properties, some more than others, but when you start combining them all together, you get remodeling of the cortex, you get hits of your amygdala, you're taking hits on your hippocampus, and you're taking hits on the overall volume of brain mass that you have. And there came a point where I realized that I'm not even able to function with joy. I can't function with pain. I can't function and just be motivated anymore. I can't be myself. What happens is they put people on this so that you can be taken advantage of, whether it be administratively or whether it be physically, because now you just let things roll by. You let people touch you. You let things, violations, for example, of law, just go out the window, and you just allow it to happen passively. And the whole time, the reason being is because you're chemically restrained. You're literally chemically restrained. I told her, I have PTSD. She's trying to tell me that I don't. Who goes through over a decade of being mentally and physically abused, and then going through an altercation with police, and then going through an altercation with corrections officers, and then living through jail 2 months, living through verbal abuse from the people who are supposed to protect and serve, right? And then you're going through every interface of electronics is being used to abuse you. On top of this, you're being disinformed about your utilitarian bills, like your gas, like your water. You're being abused through the disability process. You're being disinformed. They're making you go through appointments. And then when you get there, they say, well, we don't need an appointment after all. And they're making you drive around, and they're just literally bouncing you around, okay, and abusing you mentally. Okay. And this is what they do to make sure they have control over you. If you go back to the art of war or all of the operational tactics for undermining somebody, especially in CIA, or there's like 30 other organizations out there other than the CIA and the FBI. So what I do know is that I can't even navigate my phone, okay, on a day-to-day basis, because when I say that there is literally somebody orchestrating abuse like it's their full-time job, someone is literally getting paid to watch over me, literally getting paid. My parents are being funded to continue to fund me so that I run through the program. Okay, they're being funded so that I keep going forward, and they're funding it so that I continue to go through the abuse and I go through the undermining and the sabotage. Okay, so they're being funded and they're funding money to my account so that I could just continue to go forward through this process. That's what they're doing. And on the backside of that, they want to say, oh, I love you. We've done everything for you. We were there when you needed us financially. Lord knows not, anything emotional or anything of human nature, but monetarily speaking, we've always been there for you. Well, they're being funded to do this. Okay. They're being given extra money to fund this abuse, basically, and make sure that you go forward through it and to make sure that you are constrained. So with the most recent objectifiable events, I started taking pictures. I started leaving the things that, or at least not doing it as much of what I used to do recreationally, because I can't go out because there's white SUVs following me. There's white trucks following me. And come to find out, they've switched vehicles since I haven't seen my family in God knows how long. So they bought new vehicles. And now I couldn't figure out why there was white trucks follow me whenever, like, I think a couple months before jail. And then when I got out of jail around April, maybe 1st or something, I couldn't figure out why there was white trucks following me everywhere I went, with the white SUVs. So put a break there for a second. Um, I was criminalized technically, and they don't understand. Obviously, there's an assumption of risk when you conspire against somebody. Obviously, there's going to be disorderly conduct whenever you're arresting somebody, in a private citizen's arrest. That's by nature because the police aren't around. So if I have to do it, no one's just going to willy nilly just say, okay, that's fine. You can arrest me. Here you go. So again, you're talking to a brick wall when you're talking to the judge or anybody in the justice system, because you're just talking to people who are enablers, right? They're enablers and handlers of the program. They're just there to make sure that it happens and then lie about it and then hide it, like they have about the records. All the things in the records have all been pushed over. They've all been denied. They've all been made sure to lie about it. And we'll get into that later. So long story short, the vehicles still continue. It's just not as many red vehicles. Now it's exclusively white trucks driving around whenever I'm out in the woods or going to the woods an hour or so away or half an hour away or 15 minutes away. Wherever I go, they've got these white trucks and white SUVs now following me. Okay. So that just goes to show the ruthlessness and the inhumane nature of the program. Even though I was arrested, even though I went through and got on all these medications, they're still following me. I can't even go to the south part of the city or through the city or even my neighborhood without these white SUVs timing me and going down and following me and staging around my doctor's office. I have video of that, and I'll go ahead and I'll upload that some other time. The problem is I have so much evidence that I'm just going to start putting it on the terabyte, the eight terabyte that I have, because I just don't feel like dealing with it. And you're just reliving the problem, right? You already have PTSD. You're reliving it every time you have to document it and journal it. So, and then it kind of like just ruins your day. So this is why I stopped doing it every 2 weeks, the uploads. This is why I stopped doing as much. I'm going to stop doing as much with videos overall and editing and doing all that stuff, because it's just a time waster, just like this campaign. They've stolen years of life off of me. Just for example, when I went to my physician assistant program, my master's program for biomedical technology, they were making sure that thousands of people were following me on foot, on my accord. They were making sure thousands of cars were following me while I'm walking or driving in the city. They were making sure that they had somebody behind my internet, infiltrating that and erasing my thesis so that I wouldn't graduate. So I would work on my thesis, and then they would come through and erase the thesis material that I was working on. Didn't matter if I saved it to a drive or whatever. Just the simple fact that the second it came in contact with anything with a Wi-Fi device, then they would go through and erase it so that I wouldn't graduate. So they took all that time for me to get into prerequisites in, right? All those prerequisites from organic chemistry and all of those, right? Years before, 2-3 years before, when I was working on that, they waited for me to get into that program, okay? And then they undermined that program and pissed away 3 years of my life, because I was in there from the beginning of 13 to the beginning of 15, okay? So almost 3 years, because I didn't even work after 15 at all. I didn't even work at all through 15. I didn't even work at all through 16, okay, until I think the middle of the summer in 16. So, and then every job in EMS, they had handlers and enablers come up and tell me that I'm doing something, supervisors having discussions with me, blaming me for things that I wasn't doing, blaming me for things that other people were accusing me of. And they used the same tactic in the nursing world, where the nurses were abusing me and saying that I was doing things that I wasn't, including other physician assistants or nurse practitioners who were abusing me and telling me I was doing things that I wasn't doing. Okay. And then whenever I go to initiate a lawsuit on that and I start putting names down, they have a third party watchdog all over my electronics because it's their job. And they have to go through and erase all of the credible evidence for a defamation lawsuit. Okay. So this is the world that I live in. Literally a million plus sleaze bags, a million plus scumbags, okay, in the justice system, in the intelligence community, in the world that I am connected with. Okay. So from that point on, I became a paramedic. I used my years of studying, which helped me be a better paramedic, so much so that they made sure that they had to continue to undermine my intelligence because they felt that I was told this, by the way, and I was threatened in the year 2013 by a man named Joseph Rose, where I found out that my family has given strangers who I don't know personal information about me, and then they threatened me with that. And they were in control of that whole operation. They were in control of the people in my social space, and they have been in control of the people and my social space ever since. And so they feel that I have to go and become incarcerated, okay? And they want to tell me that I'm going to win at life, and they want to pit me against women, okay? These women in my life have come into my life and made sure to emasculate me and made sure to do everything contralateral, emotionally, contralateral, masculine, contralateral in etiquette, contralateral in respect, and contralateral in trust. Okay. This is what they've done, and this is the agenda that they've pushed throughout my entire lifetime. And I have a lot to say about that because I felt disgusted that during my 60-day stint, that this organization, this society of people allowed druggies, okay, fentanyl addicts, ice addicts, bean addicts, marijuana addicts, all to procreate and have a wife, all to procreate and have kids, and them and their wives and kids can all smoke and do drugs together. But because I've been upright and righteous my life and have been sober like I should be, for some reason I'm still painted as this bad guy, and there's this agenda that keeps rolling and character assassination that continues to roll day in and day out so that they can have control over me. The other thing is these people who are complete strangers to me like to come up and walk beside me in a social space. It could be in a mall, it could be in a store, it could be at school, it could be at work. And what they'll do is they'll have something relevant to what you're thinking about already in their own intel box on you, right? Because they found out how they listen and record everything that I've said. They've keystroked everything that I've said. They've already downloaded my brain. So what these people are doing now is they've extrapolated the brain thoughts and they've extrapolated your algorithm essentially, because that's what you are. And what they need to do is they need to destroy that. But at the same time, they need to have control over that. Now, you might be thinking this is crazy, but this is the life I live. And I know I live it because the dark state has continued to make sure I'm isolated. When you have all of these people and channels out here that discuss things like UFO and discuss how people disappear, it's awfully strange how whenever I have objectifiable evidence that it's occurring, that nobody wants anything to deal with it. Nobody wants any part or any understanding on it or have questions on it. Everybody just wants to listen and reflect and not say anything. And this is how the dark state works, just like Dave Chappelle was threatened and says, If you don't do what we say or do, then you're going to be written off like this. And so it was written off like this, right? When Cat Williams shared that information about Dave Chappelle. And if you look also across the lifespan of this society that has this type of technology that's tracking people and downloading thoughts and downloading and using algorithms to literally track people and have control over others, it's the same thing that a lot of other African American males and people in general are going through in midlife, right? In midlife, they plan to make sure to stalk me with white SUVs, make it so belligerently obvious, and then make it so belligerently obvious that the police have to lie about it because they're sleaze bags, right? And they're enablers and handlers. And this is what goes on in the jails when they allow drugs to go in, right? This is what they do. Okay, it's manipulation and it's who you know, it's a network. It's literally the dark state, period. End of discussion. Okay, call it whatever you want under the umbrella, but I'm under the observation of the dark state who has control over all people. And these people are then trying to shove me and throw me under the bus over what they've had control over. Literally everything and everybody. So here's what I'm going to put on the video. I'm not really trying to, actually, you know what? I'm going to go through everything on one video because I don't feel like coming back to it. I'm kind of like in a relatively good mood. I've got some relatively good emotional things that's getting ready to happen. And I'm getting ready to escape in my own little private time. So I don't really want to have the burden or responsibility of telling myself that I'm going to re-entertain these sleaze bags who are watching and the whole populace, right? In the next week or so. I don't want to like come back and act like I owe somebody some time, okay? Because all people have ever done was piss away my time in life and piss away my opportunities. And so they have to use a cheat code to keep me behind so that they can get forward and then have phone calls and make sure that they rub in my face that everybody has their own office. Everyone's in their own office. They're busy. They're in their office right now. And so that's what the dialogue has been on every phone call, to let me know that because I have a criminal record now of 3 misdemeanors, now I can't have my own, office or anything like that. So every time I call now, every person who's a part of this in this dark state, which is literally every one of my contacts from the utility service companies to the police departments to everybody, right? Just like Professor Walkup tried to threaten me saying, if I don't straighten up, everyone's going to be involved. I've been straight. You're just using a bunch of people to mentally and physically abuse someone until they do something wrong. I've always been straight and I've always been the truth. So long story short, you could be a sleazebag and you could do whatever and say whatever you want about me, but I'm just going to keep sharing this information objectifiably. And we're going to go through all of my days in jail and what I had to endure, and then go through what the officers did in testimony, like lie. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna rest in my freaking casket and say, I literally didn't become who I wanted to be in the world because I was surrounded by a bunch of liars, cheaters, and stealers who had to steal time and patience and assets and resources from me just so that they could be ahead of me. That's it. And I was told that. That's not me being chauvinistic or arrogant. I was told that by Joseph Rose, that people are going to undermine and sabotage, and that every time I work to correct my life, they're going to work to destroy it. That's exactly what he told me. And here I am, okay, 3 years in, living in poverty in a house where I can't fix the utilities. I can't fix any of the infrastructure. I have to literally be funded by my parents, who is being funded by this program, okay, because they're not losing money. Trust me, they're not losing money. But what they'll do is they'll use the political correctness side and they'll bury you in the court and say, oh, look what your parents have done. You're entitled. Look at you. I can't believe you. All these people have things to say about you, and they'll use that token. They'll use that side of the token.
But what's really going on is exactly what I'm putting on this channel. And that's why it needs to be out there. Okay. So I get home around the end of April. And everybody who knows me, even in high school, I'm not one to ever ask for anything. And I haven't. The only two things I've ever asked for was a car and something else from my parents. I've never asked my parents for anything. Never. Okay. I never asked them for anything. They just, hey, do you want something? Usually it's around my, whatever my recreational things are. I'll be like, yeah, we'll go get these, these broadheads, whatever. But I don't ever call my parents up and be like, hey, can you give me some money? I'm not going to do it because I can stand on my own feet. I'm just surrounded by a bunch of thugs and a bunch of criminals and a bunch of sleazebags who want control over me. And it goes to show that they're willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that I don't have my own life. That's what this is about. They're willing to do anything and everything short of killing you to make sure that you don't have a peace of mind and you don't have assets or resources. So much so that they want to steal food off of my table, right? By giving me a criminal record over some foolish. I spoke to the Lord for 2 months. I got back in touch with him. So I'm doing really, really, really good lately on not cursing. That's about the only thing that I pray some more, don't curse. And I learned everything about people in that stint. I'm going to go into that here in a second. But stealing food from your table, lying, cheating, and stealing under testimony, Officer Quagmire saying he didn't see anybody when he clearly did. It's even on video. You could go back to my video of the day. I uploaded a new one with my dash cam instead of my Bob Lob chest cam. And you can hear everything, including Michael yelling back at me. And he couldn't handle me having a breakdown after I've been dealing with thousands, literally at this point, 1 million plus people following me. When I say 1 million plus, I'm going to tell you why that's 1 million plus. Because this started in Ohio, trickled through New York, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Illinois, back down to Alabama. And it's been going on for over 4,000 days that I have vehicles, complete strangers following me everywhere I go. Okay. Over 4,000 days. So when you're going to work, I was going to work too. I did it for 10 years and there was thousands of people following me to and from work. And the mental toll I realize is just destroying your body. It doesn't matter how tough you are. It doesn't matter. All of this motivational stuff from Jocko Willink and all these military guys, all of this motivational stuff from philosophical, teachings from Stoicism and all that. Here's the issue with that. The harder you go mentally, the more taxing you go physically. Say it again. The harder you go mentally, the more taxing you go physically. So there's a reason why I developed Raynaud's. There's a reason why I had a mild heart attack in November of last year. There's a reason why I have gray hair. There's a reason why I have acne all on the upper portion of my back. There's a reason for everything physically. And then I realized I need to start erasing people, everybody, and put God first. Because you know what? That's what he says. It's above your family. And when I realized that in that 2-month step, and we'll get into this whole religion thing. When you get into that and understand that, then you feel freedom. You feel freedom. I'm gonna get back into that. I'm fired up about that. He's simmering in my vocal cords. He's simmering in my mind, my heart, and my soul. So long story short, here's the tactics that I've been going through. I go outside still, white douchebag SUVs follow me, white trucks follow me, trying to emulate my parents, trying to constantly emulate my parents. Okay. And keeping this whole parental deal around me at all times. All right. So they are targeting, just like in the book of The Art of Warfare, just like intelligence communities do. They target railroads, they target the things that you utilize, right? Here I am. So they want to target the 911 world. They want to target EMS. They've been doing that for a decade plus. telling me and lying and cheating and stealing from me in the occupational setting. Okay, they've been doing that. So they targeted that. My fishing world, I stopped fishing competitively. Why? Because they're using this technology, this dark state, to literally track me like an animal. And what they're able to do is, because they've been tracking me, say that again, they've been tracking me covertly and have enough information to put in an algorithm where I'm going to be on whatever date. So they'll have strangers take this technology and they'll put things that are outside where you can't see it. But when you get there, it could be the trash, it could be where you park, it could be where you're going to go on your kayak, because they've been tracking you on your paths where you kayak. They've been tracking you physically with a geospatial surveillance system for decades. And then what they do is they put things in front of you. They put things in front so that you can have this physical connection, this mental connection, and it saturates your brain. Okay? And so not only do they just do that to just annoy you, it goes way farther than that. During the tournaments, they're taking people during the tournament and undermining your tournament locations. So if you're going to fish a certain spot in the middle of the day and they see that you're on a specific ranking, maybe you're in the 12th spot, maybe you're in the 12th spot, and you're trying to get to the top 10. These people are cheating, okay, to manipulate the placement of your finish by going and infiltrating the area that you're getting ready to fish, or disturbing the area that you're getting ready to fish, or congregating around the area that you're going to fish. And they want to manipulate your performance. And think about all the time that you just pissed away, that these people are pissing away from your life. When you're out there, when people are out there on their motors, you're out there pedaling and paddling, okay, to do your scouting. And you have these other people on motors, right? And they're a whole society of fishermen, including your competition, who's driving around undermining your performance and controlling your performance. And then they'll say, oh, well, we can get you to win too. And that's the problem. It's on both sides, is that you got to be sleazebags to use technology to sway the outcomes of someone who's going to be successful and someone that's going to not be successful. That's the sleazebag that's the sleazebag society that I live in. This is the dark state 101. Okay, this is what exists out there. Society of people having to use a cheat code like 14-year-olds on a video game to steer someone's life. Okay, playing the role of God. And this is why you can't go two flips in the Bible, starting from New Testament, Old Testament, two flips, page 4 and page 5. God wanted to repent against himself that he made you. He repented and said it hurt in his heart that he made you, because he's seen how evil people are. This is it right here. This is it. This is the world that we live in. Okay? So they have to cheat in order to create the outcomes. And what does that sound like? That sounds like intelligence design. What is that? That's those 20 plus, 40 plus intelligence officer / organizations, right? The history of the intelligence community, verbatim, straight down the book. Just like when you listen to this latest podcast by the Diary of the CEO, and Jing is talking about his predictions, and he tells you about how all these things work. So don't take it from me. Okay. So this is the tactic. So we're just sitting here doing what we've done any other year, being funded through my parents so that they make sure to maintain a connection. And then that they're doing, I want to say this clearly, is they're using a conspiracy to drive a conspiracy. Say that again. They're using a conspiracy to drive a conspiracy. What that means is they're using this intense stalking and surveillance program to keep you under control, so then they can then use a conspiracy off of that and then defame you, assassinate your character, all of these things, and say you're not worthy of just a normal life or kids, you're not worthy of a wife, you're not worthy of any of this stuff. We're just going to keep you isolated and drugged and thrown under the bus, and you're going to live this life that by scientific knowledge and health and medical knowledge says you're going to dwindle and reduce your lifespan by. We're going to isolate you. You're going to be told that you're somebody that you're not. You're not going to have a fulfilling career. You're not going to do basically everything down the book, okay? They're going to make sure that they go right down those check marks and fill every one of those check marks. And that's the life that I've been living, okay? So when I go onto social media, whether it be just on Amazon, for example, this is what I deal with. I've been holding this up here for the longest time. And by the way, I can't even be around my cell phone because they take this cell phone and they keep it dwindled down into this number right here, 61. That's all they care about. That's all they care about showing me on my batteries is the number. Let's see if I can get it zoomed in. All they care about is making sure that the battery stays on a number that's associated with 6 and 1. Or just even like 5 and 6, or like my date or my birthday. They'll keep it on 89. But you see right here on the top, your top right. All they care about. I could have, this is a brand new, I've got brand new cords. You can't even charge the phone when the phone is on. When the phone is on, they make sure that the phone is programmed or that they actually tax the battery to say 61. You can't just plug it in and leave it so that it gets to 100. They make sure the battery does not get to 100. Okay, they make sure the battery doesn't get to 100%. I changed this battery in 2023, brand new. Okay, this whole cell phone piece has been going on for years, over a decade. At one point, when thousands of people were following me around my apartment complex and around the city, they would have people who I stayed in contact with back in like high school and early college. They'd start texting me, hey, how's it going? And these people are abusing you. They're just literally abusing you, walking and mentally and physically abusing you. And then what they'll do is they'll text you, hey, how's it going? To rub it in your face. And then what they'll do is they'll have the person who's overlooking this erase the text message so they don't have liability about it. And then when you report it, you're told that you have a mental illness. So there's no outlet for you to be correct because they want to hide this and they want to keep it out from liability. And the problem is anytime you conspire against someone, there's a liability. It's called assumption of risk. And these officers want to continue to lie and cheat and steal, even under testimony. And I remember this judge trying to, and again, I don't want to get into that yet because I want to be precise and accurate whenever I get to that conversation. So this is what they've been doing. I've been through multiple phones, literally like 5+ phones. I just stopped going through the phones. This is a $700 phone. I mean, how many phones am I going to go through? Right? Until it's just like, well, it's a never ending process. These people are always going to be in your devices if there's a Wi-Fi receptor in it. That's the reality of it. Just like all these game show cameras that they have that goes on your freaking phone. Yeah, guess what? You're just telling everybody where the deer are at because they're sharing that information down there in the black market. 1,000%. Okay? They know where all these deer are at. So that's the stupidest thing. Why would you go and do that? That's the dumbest thing. Long story short, I keep showing this picture right here. This picture is me just trying to get a rain jacket because I've been doing scouting. I've been doing things around the outdoor world. I left my rain jacket up with my family. I don't feel like going back and talking to my family because ambient abuse by proxy is all they know and that's all they care about. So that's fine, whatever. If that's all they care about is ambient abuse by proxy, and that's all they want to talk about, and that's all they want to freaking have a connection by, then that's just mental rape. It's just mental rape. And I've had enough mental rape for probably 5 or 6 generations. Okay? So when you go to shop, you're going to go to shop and you're going to be looking at things. Now, Professor Zhang told you that they're being really prevalent and really outstanding, if you will, with their ability to track everything you're doing on your shopping online. So what they're doing is they're taking all of your selections, they're organizing it in a little nice goose egg, and then they just extrapolate that information. So what they're doing is they're taking your parents and using them against you, okay? And so they have this picture right here who looks like my father, at least the man who raised me throughout the majority of my life, all of my life. And they have him clean shaven, wearing a rain jacket in one of the colors that I like. And they keep this particular guy rotating through your search engine when you're going through the rain jackets. And what this is basically a feeler. It's a feeler. Number one, to abuse you. And they do the same thing with my brother. They know that I'm purchasing things online. So what they do is they're taking your family, they're taking your intimate contacts and abusing you with them, right? And making sure that you're under this mental abuse. And there's always a connection of abuse and disturbance at all times to wear on your physiology, to wear on your health, right? And to be irritated and to be triggered, right? So what happens is eventually you're just like, you click on it. And when you click on this, it brings you to this. So right up here in orange, it has a QRS and it says habit on it. So they're using medical, right? To draw you in here, they used a medical logo and a company called Habit with a QRS on it, a QRS from an EKG. It's an orange QRS. So when I tapped on that to look at that rain jacket, who looked like my father, I then go in here and one of those rain jackets says men's Roaring Springs packable rain jacket. So they want to use abuse mentally and semantics to punch at you for February 19th just for being angry with the police. So they have this jacket that you were looking at and your father wearing it, and then it's titled Men's Roaring Springs. Okay? So this is what they do. They're taking your social space, and there's no escape. If you think you're going to escape us out of this world, right? You're going to escape from out of this world and not physically be with us. We're going to send you all of this stuff through and saturate it throughout all of your electronics. So then what they do is the next photo is 3 men in 3 blue jackets on a boat. Okay. So they just target you. Oh, you got 3 misdemeanors now. So they got 3 blue jackets. Okay. And this is what the ambient abuse by proxy is. This is ambient abuse by proxy. Okay. And so they're leading you in being enablers and handlers. Okay. And then what they have is when you go out to the woods, you're going to go out to some of the common places, right? Of course, you're going to go out to the common places. You're going to go out to the common places that look good, all the obvious places, right? And just kind of look around, just get your feel for things. And sure enough, guess what? They have that waiting for you. And they do this years ahead of time. It's not like they did it a day ahead of time. They did this years ahead of time. Years, months ahead of time. Okay? Because they need this in order to orchestrate your control. They need to know that they're dwindling and squeezing all the things that you do, because the more that you do, the more they have to take control of, the more they have to work, the more they have to stock, the more they have to put in an algorithm. They need you constrained to the littlest things. They need you in mental illness so that you don't have options and they don't have to work. Because they've been doing this for years. They don't care how long it takes. They don't care how long it takes. They don't care what resources it takes, because we have the resources, which is people, right? This is the dark state. Whatever it takes. Okay? So they've went through all these places that I felt were places to eliminate. And sure enough, they throw blue trash, making sure that one or two blue little objects are laying around these hot spots in the middle of the woods, right in areas where you think certain animals would be. And they're all common places. And so, of course, you're going to see the common sleazebag actions, which is to leave trash behind. And what they've done is they went back in these ponds, in these woods, and they've deliberately left trash in containers, all in the color of blue, okay? All in the color of blue. 1 or 2 containers and 3 total. And they've thrown them around because they know that's where you're going to go. That's the level of scum and trash, okay, that I'm dealing with. And this is the same tactics they used when I was out fishing. They knew that I'd be going down certain banks or going down certain waterways. So what they do is they'll take that trash and they'll lay it out there, just to make sure that your mind is always being taxed on what they want you to see. And what they'll do is they run you into problems. They don't care how they get there. These people don't care how they get you to get the problem done. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. This is the level of sleazebag that you're dealing with. And it's from every person that you know. It could be your family. It could be anybody. And of course, I'm going to show you it's in the justice system, because the justice system doesn't care either. Okay? So the justice system is part of it. Yeah, the protect and preserve, all that crap that they say, all that stuff, I'm uprighteous. Dude, one of the police departments has integrity on there. We're going to get into that. Okay? We're going to get into that. So this is what they do. They know that all the common places for certain animals during the hunt, you're going to go certain places and they're near certain paths. This is the same thing that they were on when I was kayak fishing. They would leave trash and stuff right on the shore or right on a branch. They love doing that. They'll leave it on a branch or on the shore, or better, the one thing that they absolutely 1,000% have control over, because rivers can wash things in, and rivers can wash things out the shore and against the trees and the shrubs and the sides, right? But the one thing that they've always had control over and that they utilize, and they still did it even when I was hunting back in February, early February, is they'll take trash and they'll make sure that it's placed right where you're going to park, because they've extrapolated your mind. And they're able to then take that and put it out wherever you go. And now we know this is where you're looking. We'll get intel ahead of the time, because we know you use Google Earth. We know you use Google Maps. We know you use all of these things. And it's just going to be given to us. Or we'll just take it from the database based off of what we've gotten off of our surveillance from you. And then we'll just calculate where you're going to park and what you're going to do. Then we'll just lie that stuff out there on the ground around you so that you see it. So you can't even go to a boat ramp or anything like that without them already having placed the trash where you're going to park. Okay? And that's what the sleazebag society is about, is you have people trying to create a clean environment, but these people are so unjust, right? And so trashy that they have to then take the time to re-trash society's walkways and re-trash areas that don't need trash, just so that they can abuse you. Okay? That's literally how this works. Okay? Literally. Now, I don't care if I can't show you the whole satellite that they're using to track me. right? Because I can't reach it and I don't have access to that. I don't care that I don't have the actual technology in my hand. But guess what? Last I checked, Fravor or Greer or any of these guys, even the guy that actually worked at S4, he doesn't have the physical thing in his hand too, but there's millions of people watching and listening to what he says or what they say. Okay? So now that I come out of jail and I have these 2 misdemeanors for disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, I can't just have a peace of mind in the woods, okay? In the woods. So they've already went ahead and started supplanting all of these things around the woods, okay? And most importantly, around the parking lot. Most importantly, around my driveway. So now when I park, I have the garbage man and I have Gary, the neighbor, throwing blue objects, like a blue little hanger plastic piece, blue little wrapper, whatever it may be, blue little, whatever they could find, okay? Whatever they could find is thrown right outside my driver's side door. So when I go to come out of my driver's side door, they make sure to place that right there on the ground. So your mind is never escaping, okay? So you're forever and always mentally abused and mentally raped, okay? Mentally raped. That's the term, raping. You are mentally raping somebody, okay? So this is why I don't work with anybody anymore, okay? I don't go out places because they'll do the same thing. They will mentally rape you in the hospital. They will mentally rape you in jail. They will mentally rape you through communication, through basic communication, like, hey, how's it going? The only thing that people want to talk about are mirror images or mockery of what it is that's going on in your life or what is to come in your life, whether that be within the next day, the next week, or the next month, or the next year, or years to come. When I lived in Virginia, I stayed with a roommate. And one day he walked up right past me and he said, your life's going to be over when you're 36. That's what he told me. And I was so used to this gaslighting that I didn't even bother to ask why. I think maybe I did. Maybe I said, like, what do you mean? And then all he had to say was, your life's going to be over when you're 36. Here I am. So 36 was the year that I was charged with these 2 misdemeanors because of this atrocious, unconstitutional program of stalking, and the police are involved. Okay? So I don't dare go out and work with people or do anything with people anymore because I'm fed up with physically I'm going downhill, because mentally it doesn't matter how strong I am. It doesn't matter how tough I am. Matter of fact, I've proven I'm so tough mentally that I've had literally dozens of people, hundreds of people in all administrative spaces in my work setting committing crimes just so that they could have control over me, just so that they could abuse me. Blatant, obvious violations of law taking place because I'm mentally tough. And it got me right here away from people. And then that's when I got in touch with God. I said, where am I going wrong? Where have I gone wrong? You're supposed to love thy neighbor? Yeah, that's not right. I looked at all the commandments. Yeah, never mind people. And I see why God wanted to erase you. I see that in two flips of the page. And he repented against himself. He said, it hurt me in my heart. So I just quit. I just quit dealing with people. I don't work with people. I'm working completely remote. If I don't go remote, then I'll be homeless. End of discussion. Okay. So this is multiple places. I'm talking, gosh, I was showing you pictures there, but this is where they're throwing trash now. I found in like probably 4 places at least I can think of, or 5. Okay. So they're taking all the pertinent things in your life, and then they're taking either shirts, cars, hats, rings, cups, books, whatever you can find, okay? And I'm going to go on this as well. And it goes way deeper than that. They've extrapolated what your actions are going to be all the way out years ahead of time, to the point where they know what you're going to select, they know where you're going to go, and naturally, this is where you're going to be driven to. Naturally, right? Naturally. So they have these books that I'm reading, all covered with mental abuse and mental gymnastics of ambient abuse. So I'm going to take some time here and show you this. I took a picture of this too. So on page 56 of this book, and this goes on in other new books that they published, I'm being affiliated with a new career. I don't have time to be out doing the things that I like doing recently because I dedicated my life to learning, and pretty soon you get good at it and you have a little bit of leisure time. So now I don't have leisure time because I'm going right back up a learning gradient. And part of this abuse in this process is they want to undermine what you learn. So they'll just basically data dump you, right? And then what they'll do is they'll fire you. And then they'll just smile and say that you're a problem when you're not. You're just doing regular work. You haven't started, you're literally just sitting there reading, and then someone comes up to you and makes you go and talk to somebody about your problems, or they start blaming you for things that they don't physically have on evidence. Okay? So, and then whenever you go to the lawsuit to bring that up in legal court, they have this third-party watchdog erasing everything that you have to make a successful lawsuit. And along that route, you'll have clerks of court lie to you, and on top of that, you'll have them undermine basic administrative information on some of the forms and things of that nature, which when you start following, all of a sudden, it's complete opposite when you go down the route. And they'll make sure that you don't have any type of legal representation. When you do, it'll be undermined, or they won't listen to you, or they won't. I'll get into that. So another example here is this book right here. They'll start using examples within the book, okay? They'll start using examples and start establishing a narrative on you. So when you die, all they have on you is this paper trail of what they've created on you, okay? So whenever there's when something legally happens, right? If say hypothetically, I shot somebody, and then all of a sudden their representative wants to come and look at me, right? Or say something happened to me. Someone broke in and I got into a physical altercation. And then we're both going to jail, but we both need representation. Say it didn't even lead to a fatality. Or better yet, say it led to a medical error, like a significant one, right? Where I was a nurse and I pushed wrong medication. Now what they want to have on you is a paper trail so they can have control over you and make sure that they're above you at all times. And this is the level of sleaze and scum that they're on, is we're willing to do anything and everything, from lying, cheating, and stealing, from every sector of economic status, regardless of the expectation of integrity being high in this socioeconomic status or integrity being low in this socioeconomic status. We're willing to do whatever it takes from every one of those socioeconomic tiers and every one of those levels of appropriateness and sabotage you. Okay. So here it is. So it says, a student seeks healthcare to discuss a problem with school maladjustment with classmates. This is an example that they're using in one of my textbooks. And it says, problems related to education and literacy, educational maladjustment, and discord with teachers and classmates. Indicates a patient who is not ill but encounters healthcare for a psychosocial circumstance. So, and they have this on page 56. Okay, again, using the number 5 and 6. And so what they've done is they've already, and they've told me what was going to happen to my life back in 2013. So these guys were ahead of me years, decades in time. Joseph Rose come up to me and told me things like, When I'm 31, when I'm 31, I'm going to go bald. When I'm 36, I'm going to have cancer and I'm going to die. I've been told that they're trying to give me cancer using this psychological stress and this physical touching and everything. They're trying to give me cancer. And then I've had strangers on just walking beside me, okay, saying things like "rest in peace," piss in bed, and rest in peace. Is what you're going to end up in a nursing home. You're going to be a poor father. These are all the comments that I've had to deal with. Okay, Tiffany got a promotion, and they walk by and just tell you these things. One time I was checking myself for herpes. This was back in 2015. I was checking myself for herpes because I was hearing that people were trying to, and Joseph Rose was accusing me of these things. So one day I went in there and started checking myself. When I came out, I was in like a Bass Pro or something. Or where was I? I was in maybe a school campus or something. I just happened to turn my man around and just kind of look. And these two girls walk by and go, they're really small. And that's all they say. And that's how this works is they're not carrying, they'll carry a conversation, but the conversation is very small. It's very loud. It's always direct. And it's always within a certain distance, always within conversational distance. And they're well aware. They've been running this for decades. So I'm supposed to die this year, okay, from cancer. I'm supposed to get shot somewhere here in Birmingham. I'm supposed to have a heart attack when I'm 55 years old, okay? And then I'm going to have congestive heart failure from it. Okay. I'm supposed to grow old. I'm going to be bald and fat, according to some people. And these people will come by and just tell you what you're going to do, literally. And the reason why they're able to tell you what you're going to do is because you have a society of people lying, cheating, and stealing and willing to break whatever laws possible to get it done. That's why what is occurring is occurring. And then whenever I was arrested, I was told that my father won. Like a bunch of 14 or 13-year-olds using cheat codes. I'm a man that withstand 1 million plus people following me every day, every month, every week, every year for over a decade. Over 1 million plus people on the roads are following me everywhere I go. I can't go anywhere without being followed. I'm a 1 million person man. It took a decade. You know how many police departments it took me to get angry like that? It took a dozen police, at least, I'm going to say conservatively, 8 police departments. Conservatively, at least 8 that I've already reported to and had to deal with the sleaze bags at every department, including Homewood. Okay? Including Homewood. So I'm $1 million, I'm a million person man. Okay? It's taking 1 million people, easy, 1 million people, okay, to antagonize me, provoke me, and control me. And they're willing to do whatever it takes. Stalking, cyber stalking, whatever it takes. This is the desperation. This is the scum. This is the trash. This is the sleaze of society. Doesn't matter how upright you are. It doesn't matter how righteous you are. It doesn't matter how humble you are. The way this program works is you could be doing everything right. This is what's so interesting. It doesn't matter what medications you take. It doesn't matter how right you are. It doesn't matter how isolated you are. It doesn't matter if you say yes, sir, or no, sir, yes, ma'am, or no, ma'am. It doesn't matter if you shave every day. It doesn't matter if you tuck your shirt in every day. It doesn't matter if you wear freaking slacks every day or chinos. It doesn't matter if you're working as a janitor. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if I keep my car clean. Doesn't matter if I keep my car dirty. Doesn't matter if I keep my house clean. Doesn't matter if I keep my house dirty. Doesn't matter if I walk a straight line. Doesn't matter how straight I walk. It doesn't matter. These people, okay, are so disgusting, okay, so sleazy that they are willing to do whatever it takes while you are being righteous, while you are being upright. My entire experience through my master's program was literally sitting and being obedient and reading and being professional. And all they care about is entertaining this invitation for you to come into their office and blame you for things that you are not doing. It doesn't matter. So I quit. I left. It doesn't matter how hard you are. You could be a Navy SEAL and you think you got it going on. You could be a fitness trainer. You got it going. It doesn't matter. These people are willing to destroy your life and undermine anything and everything you do. And they don't care how they get it done. That's the level of trash that these people are on. I'm the truth. It doesn't matter if you're Jesus was the truth. Jesus was the truth. And you see where they took him. Okay? And it goes beyond that. It's a revolving experience. And they sever you from all of your intimate contacts. And your intimate contacts are involved with it too. Okay, so all your family's involved. All they care about is ambient abuse by proxy in dialogue, using dialogue and matching dialogue that is relevant to the things that pain you or concern you or disrupt your train of thought. That's all they care about having a conversation about. Okay. For whatever type of fear mongering they can dump into your life, you realize that you can't go anywhere without them being confrontational. You can't just go to the grocery store and purchase things because they've looked at your grocery list and they start toggling with your grocery list. And then if their purpose is to bounce around all this mental disturbance, and it just eats at you physiologically. So at the end of the day, what really is going on is they're destroying your health. Physically, they're destroying you by using mental abuse and prolonged mental abuse over and over and over and over and over and over again. This book example is not just one example. I have numerous examples of that, just like I have numerous examples of everything else that I'm talking about. Okay. They're taking women back on that piece. I really want to get into the jail piece. Let's just get into the jail piece. Let's start with the court thing. I'm going to put a label here if I can. So that way I know. All right. So I started it wherever, I don't know what time this is in, but I put that in there as a postmark. So as you know, I'm being followed by these people. I can't go to my hospital. I can't go to the grocery store. I can't go anywhere because these white SUVs are following me. Then the justice system wants to ignore it. And they're using a conspiracy to drive the conspiracy, right? I guess say that again. They're using this technological conspiracy, right? This technological, I guess you want to say technology, right? This technological campaign to steer you into problems and abuse you and eventually basically control you. Okay, they're controlling you. They're controlling your occupation. They're controlling your character. They're controlling your emotions. They're controlling everything. Okay, because they're sleazebags. Because it takes that many people to control you. That means you're an important person. The only time that they've ever done things like this is when they're targeting important people, people who are going to obviously change something, or there's something that they don't like, but it's to a degree where they have to change it because they're going to get a likely outcome that's favorable for me, not for them. That's what this is about. So I was told this. It's not that I came to that conclusion, but I'm living this life, and I'm a subject matter expert of this life at this point, that not only was I told it by Joseph Rose, but I've come to this conclusion. If I wouldn't even be or know anybody in this town had I had just finished physician assistant school. I would have just finished physician assistant school. I would have graduated. I would have went on my life. I wouldn't even have been purchasing this house. I wouldn't have been even in this city. I wouldn't even have these sleazebag neighbors. Okay. So basically, you're being driven by design. It's failure by design. And I use that term specifically because I've had someone run up to me and yell that in my face. It's failure by design. Failure by design. Okay. Grown-ups have to use a cheat code because I'm a boss. It's the only reason why they start using a bunch of things and resources like this and people, okay, to control things because I'm a boss. Whether it be for good or bad in their eyes. In their eyes, it's always going to be bad. In my eyes, it's always going to be good. That's how most things in conflict occur. That's the philosophy. And I don't understand how allowing me to be a healthcare provider and being out there in the world, in the hospital, taking care of people makes me a bad person. I don't understand that piece whatsoever. But according to them, it makes complete logical sense. And they've been doing this whole program while I was in EMT back when I was 17, 18, using this dialogue to emasculate me, just like in my relationships with women. Okay. Now they've done everything to orchestrate the fact that no woman wants to be with me, no woman wants to touch me. And they've tried to implement women who I didn't feel were responsible, nor did the Lord feel they were responsible, because it says, don't be slothful. And it says, as a jewel of gold and a swine's snout is a woman, right, who is a fool, right, and doesn't have discretion. Okay. And they have these women opposite come and get a hold of me. Okay. Opposite of what you want, making sure to always be around, making sure the opposite of what you want is around, antagonizing you with homosexuality is around, having guys linger around you. And that's part of the mental abuse. And they'll just, like a pack of hyenas and parasites, come around you and just linger around you, give you some type of garbage dialogue or attention. And this is part of the campaign. Okay, thousands, literally millions of people involved. And I, for some reason, have people that feel they have to celebrate. They have to celebrate that they used 1 million plus people on me to get these two criminal, I don't understand. Criminal record on me. Okay, these 2 misdemeanors. Okay, they have to celebrate that they have millions of people. Okay, like kids. Okay, they have to go and they have to eat their cupcakes and their Jolly Ranchers and their jelly beans. Okay, and their hot dogs on a stick, and they've got to go and have a celebration. Okay, that they had 1 million people stalk you and 1 million people in your electronics. All right, and somehow you come to folly, and you follied, and that's like the biggest and most important thing to them. This is what I've been told. This is the real deal. Okay. This is real adults. This is the dark state. This is how they work. Okay. 1 million plus people. All right. Jail. So this officers, there's like, I think I said on one of the video, there's 4, but there was really 3 officers. The 4th one came later. And that was Alan. And it was Michael Quagmire and this black dude that I thought was Coley. But what they do is they like to use lookalikes. They do this often. What they'll do is they'll put you in a situation, abuse you, get a consequence. And then on the backside, they'll take someone who looks similar and then have you report to the person who looks similar to the person that you had this confrontation with. And so this guy that worked at Coley, that works over in Jefferson County, is actually not Coley that works at Homewood, is what I've been told. They have similar complexion, but very, very similar facial structure and body habitus. at the time during testimony, they weren't shaved. Long story short, I have to listen to this judge. I'd like to get his name so I could say what his name is. But he's like this, he's like an average man. He's white. He's got these blue eyes, and he's of an average, like a healthy stature, I would say. Healthy body habitus, blue eyes, kind of just like a regular face. Older, maybe like early 40s, maybe mid 40s, maybe somewhere in there. Calling shots. And the second that I met him, I knew nothing about him, but he has this impression of me, and I haven't spoken anything. He asked me like a couple questions, and I decided I just work a couple times a week at the time because it's gender specific. I'm doing some healthcare stuff, and it's gender specific. This guy wants to tell me that I'm entitled, I'm a jerk. He told me, I can never forget this. In the beginning, he tells me that it's about integrity. That I need to have integrity. And this was something on like being indigent or something like that I filled out. I filled something out about being indigent. And the dude doesn't realize that I can put so many civil lawsuits out, okay, that I'd never have a house. I'd never have a car. I would be homeless. You think I have to sell all of my assets just to go chase down literally a society of sleazebags? You realize how many attorneys I would need to rake this up and consolidate it and then spit it back out in a meaningful, legally responsible and comprehensible lawsuit? Do you not realize the amount of assets that it would take to get justice fully or even partially, for that matter? I would be selling everything. I would be selling the clothes off my back to go chase down a bunch of thugs. You think that's what I'm going to do? And not only that, but I've already reported this dozens of times. Dozens. 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 And you've done nothing about it. How does that work? And then when you appoint me an attorney, you're going to give me this scumbag who doesn't want to have a discussion with me 2 weeks after I've contacted him. I have a whole month and I can't have a discussion. He's got other cases. That's fine. But I asked him one question and one question only. Why is that so hard to return a reply back to? I asked him one question after 2 weeks of his retention. I have a whole month. He didn't get a hold of me until the day before our trial. Does that make any sense? And then he wants to use ambient abuse by proxy while we have conversations. This Shockley and whatever his name is. Okay? It's on the videos. So this judge wants to sit there and berate me about integrity. And then when trial finally came back in January, what they were doing was they were acting lenient so that they were going to take away, what they're really trying to do is take away my license. So they scheduled that around knowing that my license was going to expire. So they scheduled the jail time around that. Because my occupations, everywhere I've been in life and everything that I've earned a position paying $65,000 to about $85,000 annually, no matter which angle I've approached in life and healthcare. Every job, whether it be given through me through my education or my experience, every job, it's either $65,000 to about $85,000, maybe $90,000. That's where I've always been, whether it be through physician assistant or through my tenure as a paramedic and EMT. And so they want to make sure, and they want to steal food from your table. Okay. And I said I wouldn't go back anyways, because I wasn't going to be around those type of thugs, right? I wasn't going to be around those thugs. And I wasn't going to be around that environment. Because again, it doesn't matter how upright you are. It doesn't matter how righteous you are. It doesn't matter how right you are. It doesn't matter how professional you are. It doesn't matter how professional you are. I can't stress that enough. It doesn't matter. These people are willing to do whatever it takes. Okay. And they're going to sit there and write you off like you're somebody that you're not. And that's their agenda. Okay. That's their agenda. So we get to trial. And then when testimony comes around, Michael, I told you already, I had an issue with. This is the guy that tased me. Okay. Michael wants to laugh and giggle about what his dialogue was regarding some white vehicle. Okay. And I've already had this discussion on my previous blog. The thing about it, though, is that he lies and tells the judge. These two officers, all officers collectively, but two to be specific, were doing whatever they could to paint me as this aggressor and this irresponsible human being. Okay. So Michael tells this judge that he put his hand in the air. He didn't put his hand in the air. He put his hand square on my chest. And that's what instigated this whole thing. Okay. If you replay everything, and I watched their video, and what they did was they didn't take video of the whole thing. They did not take video of the whole thing. And what I realized is that this justice system, they don't care how they get it done, just as long as they get it done. What does that sound like? If I had a suit and tie on and I was looking at you dead in your eye and I had my hand out like this and I was in an office and I say, I don't care how you get it done, just as long as you get it done. That's an intelligence officer. We're going to do this because we want this outcome. I don't care how you get it done, just get it done. Okay? That's an intelligence officer right there. That's the man up above all these people right here in the little corner who's predating on me, likely one of my fathers, step or biological. He's a puppet master. And I could see this garbage in his brain. The question to you is why would you even raise another human being knowing that you're going to put them on a program like this? That says a lot about you. That says a lot about you and the rest of the family. Is why the hell would you put someone on a program like this, waiting for them to folly, and then hide and cower and not even look at somebody in the eyes when they're talking to you? This is what's so irritating about it, is why would you raise somebody to make sure that they folly? So it goes back to hearing this garbage from these strangers who always like to come by and tell you what they're doing to you while they do it. And I have to hear, oh, your father won. Don't let your father win. Don't let the women win. That's all they implanted in your head. And they want to do this so that they know it's the ultimate campaign of narcissism. We're going to come in and tell you that way you can get mentally raped. We're going to do this stuff, tell you we're going to do it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the ultimate stick here, is we're going to tell you what we're doing while we're doing it, when we're doing it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the ultimate stick. That's the ultimate plug here. Okay? That's what this is about. Because every time I talk about it, they make sure not to write it on any type of documentation. When I go up here to make a police report for a bunch of things here in the next, week or so, I'm going to have another big powwow with the police. Just like any other powwow, just like the dozens of powwows that I've had with the police, they're going to run and tell me the same freaking garbage. The same garbage. The difference is I'm just going to make a report on the entire police department. That's what the report's going to be about. Because I'm fed up with it. You can't have a whole police department deal with a whole police department, deal with the whole society of dark state, deal with family, and deal with everything in your occupational space. You just can't deal with it. And if you try to, you just burn yourself up physiologically. You just burn your body up, literally. Just cortisol spitting everywhere. weak knees, acne on your back, gray hair, deteriorating eyesight, lichen planus, Raynaud's disease, bags under your eyes, insomnia, PTSD, depression, anxiety. And this is what they want because they don't care how they get it. This is the level of desperado that I'm dealing with every time I go speak to someone eye to eye. And it's everybody that's in my social space. Desperados. Okay? Desperados. Desperate sleazebags. Okay? I get to jail after these officers lie to paint me as this aggressive person. Okay? Michael says that he put his hand in the air and then said that I swatted it out of the air. No, Michael put his hand on my chest. Okay? He initiated physical contact with me without orders, without instructions. None of these officers tried to de-escalate anything because they function with purpose. They didn't want me to use Rule 404 under criminal procedure, which allows me to insert motive. You had this scum judge working on their side and a scum lawyer working on their side. Period. End of discussion. It's assumption of risk. I've already done my due diligence, and I had to listen to some prosecutor run me down with the most insane and ridiculous explanations for everything, including her negligence and all negligence on all these officers on private citizens' arrest, including the judge, who had no clue about it and even said he didn't have a clue about it. Quagmire then tells the judge that he didn't see anybody. And at the end of this whole thing, he tells the judge, tells me that it was a waste of resources. He didn't want to see any of my evidence. He didn't want to see nothing. And then whenever I had indication of exercising my right of Rule 404, and they're going to say, well, do you have anything else to say? Do you have anything else to say? And then this lawyer makes sure that I come unprepared, telling me not to use notes, which I just wrote down during some cross-examination, which is not a problem. And this lawyer just wants to run you into the issues and disinform you and cause disruption. Make sure that you don't have a legal stance. Okay? And the whole time you're drugged up, right? Your dog just got ran over. You're all drugged up. Okay? You're all drugged up. You don't feel emotions. You can't feel mad. You can't feel joy. You're all drugged up on SSRIs and antipsychotics, okay? You're just like, yeah. But I really want to say anything, but I can't because I'm being taxed on my amygdala and my hippocampus and my cortex overall because I can't function with a little bit of anxiety, with a little bit of intuition. I can't do that because I'm being chemically restrained, literally. And this bimbo psychiatrist wants to put me on a third antipsychotic, Risperdal, like the dirtiest freaking one, just to completely put icing on the cake. So I don't have any means, right, of being defensive, right? So I can't defend myself. The whole time I'm maintaining my integrity. I'm like, yeah, I got mad. Yeah, I got mad. Judge saying, I don't want you to talk. You can go to jail. You have anything to say? Of course I have stuff to say. I can say whatever I want. I don't care what the outcome is because I'm the truth. I'm the truth. You want to use a conspiracy to drive a conspiracy. You got to use all these tools, okay, to bring me down. Of course I'm the truth. I'm going to speak. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. You're talking about integrity. You got an officer lying about what was observed on scene. You got an officer lying about physicality. And guess what? When Michael brought me in to the little jail kiosk right before the holding, he goes, you don't hit an officer. You don't know. Excuse me. I'm going to say this exactly as he said it because his body cam would validate this. You don't punch an officer. That's what he said. I said, I didn't punch you. I said, you put your hands on my chest. I went like this. He said, there you go. You're guilty. That's exactly what he told me. Okay. So he comes and initiates contact with me without any orders, without any verbal orders, without instruction, with nothing. And I've already made a bunch of reports about people in public places touching me. They've already reported to that spot, that exact spot, like literally 150 yards away from that exact spot, about people in that gym touching me. And then I've already made reports about that particular shopping plaza in the shopping center, people tapping me with their carts or touching me physically. So that's what it took to get that what is to believe in arrest. There's no excuse about it. All you did was take thousands of people and literally abuse you until you have a mental breakdown. And then they want to call you a criminal. And then you have to answer all of these criminal application questions now for the rest of your life. And then you're going to be compared to other people, and they're going to steal food. They act like I have to be compared, that I have to compare myself, okay, which is natural. But now I have to go and think about, in extra fashion, my record versus someone else's record, okay, because of these sleazebags who are relentlessly following you just over and over and over. And then when you go on your Facebook, now you went from 1,200 followers. For some odd reason, you gained 100 new people out of nowhere. And now you have 1,300 followers because you have 3 misdemeanors. So it went from 1,200 to all of a sudden 1,300. And it's just nonstop manipulation of your likes, nonstop manipulation of everything on your electronic systems. Okay. Sleazebags from everyone that knows you. Okay. They just say and act like, hey, how's it going? How's it going? And the whole time you're being ran through a conspiracy. Yeah. And then what they do is they rub in your face, or you'll see that they're changing the way their clothing is. What they're doing is everyone's sitting there going through and becoming managers or whatever it may be. And pretty soon they start the only conversations that they want to have is the fact that they're in an office, okay? Or they're too busy, right? And so all of a sudden, this is the transition and the evolution while you've been controlled. And the purpose is they have to have this control exclusively. They don't care how they get it done. They don't care how they do it, just as long as they get it done so they can fulfill a plan. Okay? They don't care how they do it, just as long as they can fulfill a plan. That is all they care about. Let's fulfill a plan. And we don't care how we're going to do it. Lie, cheat, and steal. You can all go to hell. Simmer. That's what the Bible says. So, and you reap your own pit in hell, right? For whoever makes someone who is walking in the righteous path commit evil, you can sow your own pit. Okay? That's the Bible for you. So you have these officers lying under testimony, and it's game over, right? And then you have this prosecutor who's just out to just talk like this. She has no clue what she's talking about. She's just trying to get the elements done. But whenever you have evidence, she has no information on any of the other things that you're saying. Her purpose is only to make sure you're wrong or try to find something to get you to be wrong. That's all they care about. Okay. And the fact that they have to try to do that when they all know what's going on, they have to try to do that is beyond me. It just makes it the degree of sleaze and the degree of scum is just that much more exponentially high when they have to talk about things and do things that are completely irrelevant and throw in extra nonsense just to get the job done. It's just literally you are tearing with a bunch of high schoolers almost. It's like they're just willing to do whatever it takes to get ahead. That's it. Whatever it takes to get ahead. It's pointless to even show up at work. It's literally pointless. It's pointless to show up at work. It's pointless to even talk to anybody, including an attorney, because they're not going to do anything intelligent. It's pointless to talk to the police. They're definitely not doing anything. And I've been shown that. And so the issue here is once you start taking control of all this yourself, and you have to go and write up all the suits and you have to take control of all this, the issue is you don't have the funds to do it all. You don't have all the competency to do it all. But the most difficult thing is you can't even maintain a job because you're too busy in the courtroom dealing with a bunch of sleazebags. You're too busy handling civil lawsuits. I don't know these people. These people came to me. These people came to me. I didn't go out touching people. I didn't go out berating people. I didn't go out blaming people. These people are coming to me. This is why I cut all communication out with people. Everybody, family, friends, everybody. These people are reaching out to you. And when you have to reach out to somebody for instruction, it's always disinformation. Okay? It's always disinformation. So at the end of all this, I get ready to go to jail. Pack my bags, turn some stuff off, my utility stuff, make some calls, whatever. I'm going to jail, and there's nothing that I could do about it. There's nothing I can do about it because they're saying, "Oh, you can appeal and you can make payments and do this and do that and pay, $1,600." And that's what they do is they start saying, "Oh, you can make these payments," and then all the payments are all semantics on the number 6. All of them, just like I read you that deal in the book on page 56. Okay, just like I painted you that on 56. Everything is semantics, just like I showed you those colored objects in the hunting locations that I was at. Same thing. Okay. In the parking lot, same thing. So I pack up my stuff. I have to board my dogs. Luckily, they said that they would take the dogs. I'm on a bunch of medications. I had applied for disability back in November for mental illnesses and PTSD. And I still have to go and do all this stuff with doctors. And I don't feel anything. I feel disrespect. I feel like I've been mentally raped, like always, and I'm just going through the motions. That's it. I'm just going through the motions. I don't know what to expect. I call up, and this is where they start abusing you from the moment you start investigating the new chapter or the new experience. And this is why they want to always undermine, okay, your occupational space, because they'll get you to learn about the information, learn about the position, and then they'll wait for you to continue to study, and then you get through the data dump, and then what they'll do is destroy you and say, you are doing this, this is your personality, we don't like you, no one likes you. You like me in the interview, and then the second I get in there, you're literally going to the opposite end of the spectrum, and I've done nothing. Nothing. I don't even talk to anybody. How could you even say that? And they've done this throughout my entire career. Okay? So I'm sitting here on the phone. There's a corrections officer. There's a handful of corrections officers. Okay? One of them is named Carter. Another one is Smith. Another one is Jones. And there's a few females in there. I think the sergeant, forgot her name. She's a female. There's another female in there named Small. She was probably the funniest one, but she was the hardest one. She tried to play hard, but she reminded me of family because she has this New York accent, like this Boston, Massachusetts, Chi-Town, Long Island, up north accent. And it just, every time she says something, it just made me laugh, even though I had no reason to laugh. She was always hard. She had these black beady eyes, like this short black woman. And it was kind of cute because I don't know how to describe it, but there's just some people that just touch like that, just mentally stroke your spirit in a certain way. And she was one of them. Her name was Small. She was just this tough little badger of a woman. And at the same time, though, I couldn't help but laugh when she was serious, which is it's just I can't help it. Okay, but I'm telling you what my impression is. Okay, so I get and call the jail. That's right. I'm asking about what I can bring. I don't know. I started looking up things on YouTube, and I'm looking things up on YouTube. I'm like, okay, but then I was like, can't be real for everything. So I started looking up things like for real on the administrative websites. And it says I'm allowed to make some fiscal communication based off of bills and things like that when I don't have anyone around. I don't have anyone around here in the state. I don't have anyone around. I don't communicate with anybody. So I try to do my best to clean up everything fiscally, like my payments and anything that I had, right, to do. Allocate money, yada, yada. But I was also asking what I could bring inside the jail. What am I supposed to bring? I was told I could bring like an underwear. I know people's family bring underwear and socks or whatever, little things. So I called them up. I talked to two people. One was a female, one was a male. The first one was Carter. He's like this old dude who I guess retired. We got a lot to say about Carter. And he looks like one of the guys off Gorillaz, the band. You'll know what I mean when you look at the band. When you look at the band, the guys, the character in the band, you'll see what I mean. So he tells me, just bring an ID. Don't bring anything, just bring an ID. That's what his reply was. Like, this can't be. I'm looking all over the place. I could see here that I could do these things. So I called the second time. Female picks up. She says, yeah, you can bring a book. And then I asked about like underwear and stuff. No. So then I get there. I bring a book, and then they say that I can't have that book. It's too thick. It's too wide. They didn't tell me that. So I end up taking the bus there, by the way. When I get on the bus leaves me. It makes me a little late. The bus ends up leaving me, like passes right by me that morning, right? So I had to like be delayed. So I had to deal with that. Then I had to make a report at one of the main station. Okay. So something as simple as just getting a bus. The bus literally just drove right on by. I wave my hand, the driver goes like this. Okay. So it's every day, it's every little thing. I get up there and finally get to the jail. I've got like a satchel. I got a cell phone just in case I got to do some things with a battery pack. Got some clothes on me, obviously, because it's cold. And that's it. I got my wallet and 2 books. I was denied everything. They said don't bring underwear. When come to find out, I could have just brought underwear. And instead, I'm sitting there washing my underwear. I just gave up on underwear, started freeballing. Okay. Same thing with socks. Could have had socks. I just gave up on socks. I just started washing those in the sink. So, anyways, I get there to this jail. Okay. When I get there to the jail, I'm sitting in there. I'm mad. And I already knew that I wasn't putting up with anything. Just like a bunch of other people probably feel. I've got PTSD. I don't feel like I need to answer to anybody. People walking up to me saying, "Whoa, what are you in here for? Do I have to answer to you? Who are you to me? Who the hell are you to me, man? Oh, you're not going to, So all of this stuff is, I didn't answer to anybody in there. I just maintained my physical exercise and I just stayed to myself. Now, there's a couple of times in there that I had an altercation. I did. And the first altercation came around when this guy started blaming me for snoring. I wasn't snoring. It was a guy right here on my feet. Okay. So let's start with the ambiance of this place before I even get into it. any of these episodes. Carter. Carter's like this old dude, right? Probably about maybe mid 60s, early 60s. He is all about profanity and he's all about disorderly conduct. And guess what? You're in there for disorderly conduct because you said the F word and you were loud, okay? Because you were provoked to anger. All right. And this guy is allowed to be provoked to anger, do the same thing, and just work as a corrections officer. Okay. Remember, the term here is integrity. Now, I've maintained my integrity throughout the whole court proceeding, throughout testimony, throughout everything. And you've got officers lying, Michael, Quagmire, and Carter. Okay. All of these guys without integrity. And on their stamp of Homewood, it says integrity. Okay. All right. Carter, he's like this old, he reminds you like an old military sergeant. That's basically what he was. Okay. Then you had Smith. Smith was a boarding officer, meaning you're going to meet him in the beginning and he's going to put you in a holding cell. He does that a lot. Smith, he's just kind of cool, kind of calm, collected. He's been known to like cut up maybe once or twice throughout the whole 2 months. Just laugh at some stuff, throw out some profanity here and there. Most of the time, he's receptive. Most of the time, he's just doing his thing. Okay? I told you about Small. I told you about Jones. Everybody hated Jones because Jones liked to come around and he likes to pick through food and make sure that you're not stashing any of your food. Okay? You're not supposed to be stashing food because it leads to fights and a bunch of other behavioral disruptions. Okay? Then you got some night dudes. There's this one night guy that's super cool. You don't even see him because you're sleeping the whole time. So he's just always cool. He's like, whatever, just you want like a med check or whatever, you want a med sheet, whatever, get a med sheet. But you have designated days for shower, right? You have designated days for shower. You have designated days for clothes, whatever. Okay. They allow you to shower. This was a dorm type facility. You're in there with I think tops like around 10 guys because they cycle through, they spit you in, spit you out. It's based off of like traffic tickets, drug possessions, warrants, right? So you're literally in here with a bunch of like real thugs, man. These guys all had warrants out in a bunch of different cities, okay? In a bunch of different cities within the county, all right? You're in there with these guys. You're in here with long-term drug users. You're in there with just a bunch of people, right? A bunch of people who know crime. And all these guys talk about is their possessions and what it is that they know about the whole criminal process. That's what they pride themselves on, okay? These guys are the doctors. They're the physicians of how we navigate the process, how the bonds work, what you're supposed to do in this circumstance, how to get out of that, what not to say, this, that, and the other thing. Okay? There's guys that I was in there with who had multiple warrants all over the freaking county. Guys that saying, man, the first thing I'm doing out of here, this is just right after they got done talking to a preacher who came to preach and minister to us. He said, well, the Bible, it's about being a good person. I'm still going to go, what did he say? He said, I'm going to go, I'm still going to do coke. I'm going to get a truck and I'm going to get some pussy. This is right after talking to these ministers, right? This is my experience. Okay. I had some big dudes come in there, guys with multiple warrants. All of them had fentanyl withdrawal, getting up, sneezing, hacking, sweating, vomiting all the time, like just getting up in the middle of the night. You wake up, you can't sleep because you got light pollution. Every single night, you have light pollution everywhere. They keep the lights on. And then they only give you these little tiny blankets that smell like piss, right? There's only certain blankets that cover your whole body. And half the time you had it, half the time you didn't because they switched out the blankets at one point. But all the blankets that I had over my head, they smelled like piss. Okay. So I'm going to leave the two, like the experiences with everybody. I'm going to wait till the end. I'm going to just start painting a picture of this place. You get in there and it's like bunk system. Okay. They got rows. Okay. Top, bottom, and the next row, top, bottom. So you've got 2 rows and bunks at top, bottom, and the ones at the end, you got one TV. Everyone gets in fights over TV, just like they said. So if you're listening to any type of YouTube videos about jail and they say they get in fights over the dumbest things, it is so true. You're going to get in fights over food, you're going to get fights over TV, or you're going to get in fights over some type of recreation bullcrap. Okay? The whole time I grabbed this New Testament, King James Version. Okay? It was given to us, thankfully, by a church. Okay, called Indeed Ministries. All right. He's given free Bibles away. Every like Monday to Wednesday, depending on the week, depending on their availability, you'd have 2 pastors or whatever come through, or 2 men of the church come through, have a chit chat with you, talk about whatever you want to talk about. These guys, 2 of them come in wearing blue one day. That's how deep and convoluted this conspiracy is that they have to dress and use ambient abuse while they lied to get you in there, and then use ambient abuse and kick you while you're down, okay? And kick you while you're down and come in there with ambient abuse. And didn't stop there. Okay. You had two isolation cells. After about week 1.5, I had 8 weeks. After week 1.5, I started realizing it was actually 1 week in. I realized my nose was running. I didn't know why. But after I started settling in, I started focusing on my health and everything. Like, what the heck's going on? What should I be doing in here? I know I don't need to be laying around like everybody else, because everyone's just laying around in the middle of the day, like being completely slothful. Completely slothful, okay? And that's all you can do. There's nothing you can do. There's guys that'll come in there and they'll look at the crayons, like the tough guys. Who the hell's got, like the guys that are typically like mid-20s to about mid-30s. They'll be in there. What grown man, this is what they're saying. What grown man is in there coloring? By God, guess what? Damn near every day I was in there, I watched a grown man color. Okay? Almost every day I watched a grown man color. So they had coloring. They had these little pens, but they had flexible. It was just the flexible cartridge. It wasn't an actual pen. It was the cartridge of the pen, the flexible tube inside. That way there wasn't issues. There was a tough guy in there. I don't know what his name was, but he was like early 30s. And on the first week, I think it was like the second or third day, he ends up ruining the toilet for everybody by stealing the plunger handle. So he steals the plunger handle. So now we can't fix a plugged toilet. Ruins it for everybody. Dude, there's only like 3 or 4 people in here in this whole dorm at the time. And this guy acted like he had to hide a plunger stick. Okay? He had more physical. He was more physical than the rest of them. Beating on the doors, making the CEOs throw them in holding, all that stuff. Right? So, temper tantrums, all that stuff. So he was trying to hide this thing as a weapon, basically. And because of that, they ended up taking it out altogether. So now we couldn't unplug the toilets. Toilets were gross. And there came a point where I realized a week with the nose sniffling that you couldn't just walk with the air conditioning on or off, but mostly when it was on, without your eyes being itchy and your nose running. So I got to looking around, and then on the entrance, they had this giant patch of black mold on the freaking concrete wall. Giant patch of black mold in the dorm, in the open dorm. So I studied it, and eventually I wrote a letter saying I wanted an abatement. I got allergies to this stuff. It's carcinogenic, this, that, and the other thing. I went inside and started looking around elsewhere, and the maintenance guys finally came. But I looked around the isolation cells, and in isolation cell number 1, they have black mold all over the ceiling, all over the lights, all over the upper walls, into the vents, which are all shared circulation, okay, throughout the entire dorm system. Black mold. From that point on, I realized why I was reacting, and then I had to fight a rash all over my hands and my feet until I was released. And then I had this crummy prosecutor tell me at the end, now I sent letters saying that I didn't want to eat plastic Hot Pockets. There was a problem. I didn't want to eat heated plastic because they're heating these plastic Hot Pockets. It says on the instructions, remove from wrapper. Okay? It says remove from wrapper on the instructions. These COs, okay, are heating the Hot Pockets, pepperoni and hamburger cheese or whatever it is, in these Nestle wrappers. And oftentimes heating it to a degree where the plastic is melting into each other. So when you have a crinkle, you can't separate the crinkle because the plastic has degraded and they've synergized. And you can smell the plastic particles all over the outside of these Hot Pockets. Hot dogs or corn dogs too. Okay? They're feeding you for every meal these plastic dinners. There's a YouTube video that shows the amount of plastic. And these guys just love Salisbury. These other inmates, and I didn't talk to no one. I didn't trade with no one until the very last week. The very last week, I said I'd communicate with only the 2 guys basically that were in there a little bit longer than me. Because there was guys that had to do additional time, a little bit longer time than me, for drugs and theft and possession of drugs, stuff like that. And then probation violations. This is the type of people that I'm with. I'm with people who have real criminal records for real stupid things on not being sober. Okay. And I've been through 1 million plus people. I still have these scumbags and sleazebags follow me out here. Okay. And I remained sober. I puffed marijuana 3 times in college. That was like back in 2008, 2009. I didn't smoke it, the whole thing. I literally said, hey, let me take a hit of that. I did it 3 times. 2 was from a pipe. 2 was from the little tiny pipe. The 3rd one was from a bong. That was the best experience because it was cold. But I never hit it again, even though it was really good and really funny. And I just laughed hysterically. And I was watching a basketball game and I had nothing to laugh about. But I just was so euphoric. And I was high at the time. But he drew up in this cold bong, vapor. And I just went and did what he told me to do. And I just could not stop laughing. And after that, that was it. I didn't go back to it. That was it. I just said, let me try that. In my whole life, these people have always tried to get me around drugs. Always. Crack cocaine. Always had me around other dudes who were doing drugs. Always. Always in college. That's what they always had me on. Then they had this douchebag come in as a tenant and try to get me on mushrooms. I never touched anything. I remained sober the entire time. Okay? But these guys can't get away from drugs for some reason. I don't know why. It's an addiction, right? So it's built within the receptors, right? But what I don't understand is I went in there and I felt like I don't understand anybody's circumstances. I can't relate to anybody because I have PTSD. I cannot relate mentally or physically to anybody because of the amount of narcissism and mental raping that I've been through. I don't relate to anybody. I don't relate to anyone's pains. I don't relate to anyone's complaints because I look at them and I say, you have no clue. You have no clue what it feels like to be isolated and followed and stalked every single day of your life and sabotaged every single day of your life. You have no clue. So I realized that there was a bunch of mold, black mold. And this prosecutor, I told you, she is the scummiest person. This prosecutor, I'm telling you, listen to what I'm saying. At the end, and I didn't want this. I didn't want to speak to the judge. I didn't want to see the judge. I didn't want to see anyone ever again after he said I was coming out April 2nd. Okay? After coming out April 2nd, or before, I should say, because that's what I was sentenced to before. And apparently, I didn't know this, but there's a period or a window right before that, usually like a week and a half or whatever, a week. They have you go and they entertain a conversation with you. Have you learned your lesson? Have you learned your lesson? And then they go through the things that have been going on within the jail, because you can write to the COs or ask questions or write a letter if you'd like. It goes to your attorney, and they go through this. And because I asked for applesauce and 2 additional slices of bread, okay, which is what they serve. They were already serving applesauce. They were already serving bread. I said, I'm not going to eat the heated plastic meals every day for 3 meals a day. Can I just get an extra applesauce? And can I get just a couple slices of extra bread instead of the meals? This judge wants to tell me that I'm entitled, that I am entitled. So he wants to force feed you cancer and tell you that you're entitled. This is jail. You don't get your choice. Yada, yada, yada. This is America. If this was a third world country, got it. I probably wouldn't even have a freaking underwear. I wouldn't even have any clothes. I'd sit there in a loincloth around a freaking steel cell with some bars, nut to butt with a bunch of people. That's probably what it'd be like. Okay, but when you're putting a TV in there and you got all these other things going on, you're not a health or a medical person. You're not an authority. Okay? You're not an authority, a medical or health authority. So this is why people are getting bladder cancer and colon cancer, because of this stuff. You're kept under stress, and they keep you under stress, and then they're feeding you chemicals at the same time. This is how this works. Okay. So that's what you're going to get as a meal at the Homewood City Police Department. You're going to get plastic, fat, and sugar. That's what they're going to feed you. Plastic, fat, and sugar. Those are the 3 things that you're going to get. Plastic, fat, and sugar. If that, I could go and ride that to town. That's what you're going to be eating. Okay? Plastic, fat, and sugar. If you go on YouTube, they've already done a study for you on all the frozen meals. And everybody in that jail loves Salisbury steak. And the way it works is all those frozen meals that have the plastic cover on it that you just slide into the microwave, you do your little heat button, time button, start, and it cooks under the plastic in the plastic tray. They've already done studies on that. And it's the Salisbury steak, and it's all the meals that comprise most of the surface area, because the Salisbury has gravy, mashed potatoes, which is a watery powdered mashed potato. So it encompasses the whole tray. And then they have this steak, okay, right in the middle. But because it encompasses a whole surface area, on the studies, those are the meals out of other meals, such as chicken nuggets, which are only little tiny things that are sitting on the plastic, and they're not encompassing the whole plastic surface. The Salisbury steaks are the ones that have thousands of particles, okay, as much as a plastic bag, right? If you ate these for a week straight and did it for so long, they've extrapolated how much plastic it would be, okay? And everyone traded for Salisbury steak. I stopped. I ate maybe about a dozen of them. Then I just quit. I just quit, let it get cold, threw them out. I didn't want people to ask me for my food. I wasn't there to entertain charity. I wasn't there to entertain communication. I told them that from the get-go. I said, I'm not entertaining conversation. When they come up to me, what are you in here for? I'm not entertaining conversation. I don't fucking owe you anything. I don't know who you people are. And I don't need to get with the business. I don't need to get with the program. Period. End of discussion. That's just how it is. I don't know you people. You're not over my life. Stay the hell away from me. Just like the justice system. So, long story short, I get inside cell 1, black mold everywhere. I write it up, and this prosecutor goes towards the end. She goes, oh, how do you know that's black mold? It's not even been tested. I'm like, are you on? This is unbelievable. This is the level of garbage, like the sleaze, right? The slick sleaze that they're willing to be right about. She tells me in this humid, you can see all the vents are clogged in the shower. So all of the heat, the vaporized water doesn't go through the vents. It just goes into a bunch of lint, a lint bed that's stuck over top of the filter because they haven't cleaned it. They haven't cleaned any of the things in the cells for God knows how long. Okay. So much so the maintenance tech tried to lie and say that it was rust when he was wiping it. Okay. So you talk about integrity. I had to listen to trash integrity from Homewood Police Department from beginning to end. Literally. From beginning to end, I had to listen to it all and be an experience, all of it. Okay. In first person. But this prosecutor rebuttals the week before I was getting ready to leave. Well, how do you know that's mold? It hasn't even been tested. Okay, ma'am, when I go to the farmer's market to pick up pears and apples, and I look at the tree, oh, sir, can I get a couple pears and a couple apples? Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Let's make sure we test the apple tree, and let's make sure we test the pear tree. Okay, this is the level of facetious that this justice system is on. Okay, this is the level of facetious. You got other guys, because they try to test me. Well, how come the nurse, when I started reporting this, and they were hiding the fact that I'm trying to document my rash, because I got this rash developing all over my hands and feet and my face. And I tried to take pictures of it, but then they didn't want pictures. And then the nurse practitioner was doing everything. Her name is Lily. She's trying to do everything it takes to make sure that she doesn't document anything that I'm saying. And the first week, after the first week, my blood pressure shot up like 20 points. And I started getting heat flashes at night. Okay. For no reason. And all of a sudden, I started reporting this stuff, and my blood pressure is always like 123 tops to about 118 systolic. Been like that for 5 years. And I'm taking amlodipine. I get in there, it's 130, 139. I said, ma'am, that's like stage 1 hypertension. And she goes, no, it's not. And every time I walked up to that lady, she's a nurse practitioner named Lily. Every time I spoke to her and I said something that was true, she made sure to say that it was false, just to aggravate me. From my blood pressure, from documenting the rash on my arms, saying that it was, she turned the rash into, oh, it looked like a scratch to me. She's there to antagonize you the whole time. The whole time. Okay. One time I asked for some drops from the nurse for my eyeballs, and the inmates were using ambient abuse by proxy. They had a contact, and they'd take this contact because I was saying the mold is messing with my eyes. I said the mold's messing with my eyes, it's making them itch. Can I get some solution or some normal saline is what I asked for. She didn't want to give me, the nurse didn't want to give me normal saline because the LPN, which is the nurse most of the time, is being ran by Lily. She's being ran by the nurse practitioner. So the LPN won't give you things that make sense because she has to run it through Lily, the nurse practitioner. Okay. So she'll deny you even the things that make sense. For example, normal saline, okay, because my eyes are itching. Saline drops. Okay. So you're at risk of getting pink eye because you have to go to the sink and wash your hands really good and then take that water and do this and drop it in your eyeball. Well, what they were doing was they took this contact. There was like one or two of them. And they'd always, and the inmates, when they swept the floor, they'd come by and drop this contact right by my bed. They'd drop it by my bed so that when I got up and looked at the ground, if you're making a complaint about something or something bothers you, they'll take that object and then put it in your personal space. And they are doing that. These guys were doing this walking on my accord thing in jail. So in jail, they're walking on my accord, and what they'll do is they'll wait for me to come near a corner, and then they'll cut in front of me. So the inmates are against you. And I'm going to get into the confrontations and the things with the other inmates here in a second. So I ended up just saying to the judge and this prosecutor on the very first meeting that I'm never to talk to them. I don't want to talk to them again. I don't even want to be asked to come back out here and talk to you. I tried to tell them, I said, I'm provoked to anger. What do you expect? This judge wants to tell me that the officer did nothing wrong and that I was in the wrong. He says, you weren't provoked to anger. This is what he said out of his mouth. You weren't provoked to anger. Okay. That is the level of narcissism. It goes beyond narcissism. You are being mentally raped to such a degree that you realize that is unsafe to even be around people. It is unsafe because the only thing that they're going to do is put chemicals in your brain and destroy your brain. This psychiatrist is willing to dump an SSRI and 2 antipsychotics into your brain at full dose. Okay. At full dose. I was at max dose on one. I was on low dose of an SSRI. And she wants to dump another antipsychotic in your brain. This is the level, okay, of sleaze that you are dealing with. You are dealing with people who are here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to kill you. These people are here to kill you. Okay. Let's get into the confrontation in the jail. I'm going to postmark this. Okay. So I'm gaslit about the materials to bring in the jail. Okay. I realized that I had to do one thing financially, which is move or allocate money. So I had to get the sergeant to allow me to have one free, I guess they allow one free phone call. So I got my one free phone call, but I had to go through leaps and bounds just to get it. Okay, just to get it. And I found out when I got out of jail, that somebody was using my water, or my water bill was used to the extent that my water bill was tripled. I left no water running. No one was at my house, but my water bill tripled. And then I had almost the max amount of wattage used, and I owed a bunch of money on that too. Okay. So things were going on at my house that didn't make any sense. And I still haven't found out what the deal was with that. I haven't found out the reason. I haven't found out the cause. Okay. Literally telling me that I've used water more than I've ever used. Okay. More than I've ever used. They're telling me that I've used water. I've been here 3 years. I've never used water to that capacity. And somehow my water bill is way up there. They're saying that the water usage was that high. They're saying that the wattage was that high. And that was the highest it's ever been. The highest it's ever been. And I wasn't even home. And I had all my electronics off except one thing. Even when I have multiple electronics running and I'm here at the house, my wattage bill was never that high. So someone came to the house, okay, and did something. And when I was also gone, someone came to my residence and keyed my car all up and down. I have a picture of this. This is going to be part of the report. So someone came to my property and keyed my car. Don't know who these people are. And what they do is they make sure that you are always under confrontation, that there is always something negative around you, and that you're always followed and stalked everywhere you go. Okay. You could kind of see the, someone put like an A, like the letter A. Okay. So they came to my residence and keyed the car. Okay. When I got home, these are the SUVs. When I was checking the mail, these are the SUVs that drove by when I went to go check the mail. And when I went down to the bus, these are the SUVs that drive by. This is me at one of the bus stations, okay, or the bus stops. And they drive by while I'm waiting, while I get there. Okay. So I have people who I don't even know. I don't know anyone here. They're coming to my residence, okay? Tenants breaking my windows. People who were outside came and broke one of the front windows. I have someone here who's coming up to my residence and scratching my vehicle, keying it. 48 hours when I first arrived here to this house when I bought it. I had someone steal wood out of the front yard. Hadn't even been there 2 days. I was using it to help me move stuff back in and out. And someone came and stole the wood. I made a report, and none of these are on a report. None of these are formally on a report in the records department by the police, even when I go and check. The only thing they want on a paper trail is any type of behavior that they can get from you, which in case is disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, or anything that is problematic against you. Anything that is problematic against from other people, other violations of laws, they make sure that none of that's reported. They don't care. Just as long as everything is against you. Confrontation in jail. First conversation in jail was I had guys asking me what I was in there for. One point, this one really big dude come in there, white guy, but there was other guys in there. And he stopped me in front of everybody and goes, "What are you here for?" I said, "I don't entertain conversation." And everybody just stopped doing what they were doing and just kind of went quiet, like, like pencil drop type deal, and kind of looked at each other. And I was never bothered again. Okay. But I heard some other guys, muffling under their mouth. I don't fuck with him. Days later. Period. That's fine with me. Okay. The next one was I got in a confrontation, which I already said this. The guy wants to get in a fight with me over snoring. Said it wasn't me. It was a guy below me on my feet. Okay. And then he keeps going over and over. "Yeah, it was you. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, this, that, and that." I said, "Man, listen." Finally, I said, "Look, if it was me, I'm going to give you permission. You could tap me on my shoulder and tell me to switch positions. You could tap me and say, 'Hey, you're snoring.' If it's me," I said, "I guarantee you, you won't do it." And that turned into, oh, if I did it. No, you don't want me to tap you. No, you don't want me to tap you. Trust me. Turned into a point where he had to leave and go put himself in isolation up and hold him because he felt he didn't get any sleep and his woman was giving him problems. And he was there. Obviously, it makes everyone infuriated that they're there. So everyone is amped. So he had to leave because he felt he had to get physical with me over something that wasn't even me. It was the dude below me. Okay. And then what he tried to do is he tried to get with Carter. And now Carter, he is this antagonizer the whole time. Carter is the antagonizer the entire time. Okay. He's got something out for me because I'm making complaints on these letters. And he's telling me not to send letters, but I have a legal right to send letters. And he comes in one day on a Saturday morning or something. And I don't even watch TV because I don't care about it. And I see how everyone acts around the TV. And what they started doing was they know what programs I watch here. And at one point for months, I'm watching like Nat Geo here. So I get over to the TV after about a week and I start seeing how the TV is patterned. And about 3-4 days in, they start patterning that TV with Nat Geo. Okay. They start patterning what I'm watching through their surveillance with me and trying to implement that in the jail so that you can get in confrontations. And what happens is you'll be interested in watching something. And then what they'll do is they'll have the other inmates come near you and be like, "Man, fuck that. Man, I'm not watching this shit," like that. And they're waiting for you to buckle back. They're waiting for you to buck back and be like, "Hey, I'm watching that." So that's one of their means, okay, of how they got you to try to, and I never even worried about it because I said I'm not dealing with it. The whole time when I sat and read the Bible, if you were to look at the hours I spent reading the Bible, I finished it in 38 days, I think, or 36 days. I finished from front to back. It was 1,015 pages. Okay. I finished the Bible in 36 or 38 days. Okay. Front to back. New Testament, Old Testament, all of it. And I was reading the whole time. I let them do whatever they wanted to do. I never really watched TV towards the end because I finished the Bible and I had some extra, like a week left or something like that. So I still kept up with the Bible, but I didn't read it like intensely through the whole thing to really get a deep understanding, like really, really, really study it. Because I was trying to find things within my life, and then I'm trying to implement what that book is trying to portray, what God is trying to portray, and how I could have possibly corrected some of the things or done something different. But I realized coming out of it, I don't want to get into it right now because there's a lot. Long story short, I let the TV thing alone, but they were predating on me with the TV. And I know this because once we went through confrontation with the TV, one Saturday, about maybe a month in or something, or maybe 3 weeks in, I asked for the TV to volume to go down because you have guys just sitting there asking the COs periodically throughout the day about volume or about the TV channel. Like it's a privilege. It's a privilege. Anybody can do it. Okay. I don't ever even talk to the COs about the TV except for volume at that point. I asked in the beginning, maybe like, I want to say like 2 or 3 times. I did ask for a channel check. I think it was twice. But then I realized that the channels were all programmed to be semantic. So what they wanted, what you wanted to watch had a channel number that was something with the 2 or a 3. So they were using that to abuse you. So I just quit with the TV because I just knew they were using it as a means of mental raping. So I left the TV deal one morning, Saturday. I left my bed to see if I could get the TV volume down. I just quit watching TV altogether, and from there on out, it was just like a volume check every several days. And everyone's sleeping. People are saying, "Man, that's loud." And I went to ask to get the volume lowered, and this dude Carter comes into the freaking dorm, yelling and screaming. Okay, seething at the freaking corners of his mouth, telling me everything he thinks about me. Okay, telling me everything that this guy, no one gives a fuck about those letters. Who do you think you are? Do you think you run this? Do you think you run this jail? You think you run this jail? Just hardcore yelling and seething, right? Like I had struck somebody in his family or something. Like I had did him some massive disservice, right? Like he was going to lose his job or something over me. Do you understand? Do you speak English? And pretty soon he starts giving me these meds in the morning, and they start putting these meds in your hand. And he has this thing where he takes his finger like this, okay? And he takes it and he does this to make sure that his middle finger is out, just like this. And then he'll do this, but he'll tap his fingers inside your hand while he does it. One morning, it was the morning when he was berating me, okay? Complete disorderly conduct, like write down the freaking book, okay? Write down the book, disorderly conduct, longer than any disorderly conduct thing that you could ever see on my videos of me, okay? So he goes, and this morning he takes this, puts his finger out, and then starts raking his middle finger across my hands. I write this up and tell this sergeant that he's not to be touching me like this ever again. This dude comes in and starts again, just like the amount of mental abuse listening to this guy, the narcissism. It's just like, dude, this narcissism thing never stops. It just never stops. I cannot understand that it is so mind-numbing. You can't believe that you're dealing with another human being. That's how horrible it is. You psychologically, you can't think. You're just like, is this going on? Your PTSD, when you have people like this, and then you have a society like this, when you're under stress, it doesn't bother you anymore. You're just like, whoa, like, where am I living right now? I'm having an out-of-body experience right now. I'm having an out-of-body experience. I don't understand, like, how this came to be, because it's such a cinematic. It's so textbook. It's so novel and movie-like that you're just like, you are physically not there. You have checked out mentally, but you're listening to what they're saying at the same time, but you're checked out mentally, completely checked out. And you're on these medications. That's probably what helped too, because you don't feel any response from anything, from anybody, no matter the circumstance. Okay. You don't. You're gorked out. You're chemically restrained. So he is yelling. And then he does this several, like 2 or 3 more times. I think 2 or more times afterwards. Every time he came in contact with me. Okay. You think you speak English? Yelling, telling me that he didn't touch me. Okay. So then he goes and he says that he's going to press charges against me. See to it that I get a 120-day sentence. This is the level of narcissism. This guy's taking his middle finger and he's rubbing over the pills that I'm getting ready to put in my mouth. And he's trying to flick them around. Okay. I didn't touch, just seething at the mouth. Okay. And then you have these inmates trying to put blame on you for something you're not even doing, which is snoring. So everybody in the jail is against you, inmates included. Okay. Using ambient abuse with contacts. And then you have guys like Bragg. He's bipolar. The dude's bipolar. He'll be like cool and cush with you. And then 1 second, he's over there on the left side of the field real quick. Okay. But he likes to take you to court and he'll be like, he'll call your name and then he'll say, oh, wait, never mind. And he'll abuse you that way. That's how they abuse you multiple times throughout that. Oh, yeah, we want you to go to court so you can possibly get out. Because that's what it's all about. It's all about how do you get out of there. So they know that what days court are, and everyone's just laying around like a bunch of animals in a zoo. We just laying around there waiting for court to happen on a specific time so that we could get the possibility of leaving this jail. So what they do is they start gaslighting you and abusing you narcissistically. Get your stuff. Get your stuff. You got court. And then you're not sure. And then, oh, never mind. It was him. Yeah, never mind. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Or no, we didn't call you all together. They won't even say anything other than that. They'll just pretend they did. Okay. So they'll abuse you that way. So after this incident with Carter, you have these other officers, female COs included, holding your medication cup like this. And what they'll do is they'll come out like this. So now they're coming out like this with their middle finger up. Okay. And they didn't do that before this incident. Okay. And what they'll do is I said, don't touch me during med pass. I even asked them to move med pass to a different time, different date, and to move my morning meds to evening so I'm not in contact with Carter. Eventually they did it, but they had to they delayed it for some reason. After I made another letter, I had to make another letter to force them to do it. Finally, I got it done like a week later. After there was an investigation, and let me tell you, Carter wasn't acting the same. Matter of fact, Carter never came in and did any of his preliminary checks on shift. After there's an investigation, by God, Carter went in and started doing preliminary checks before shift. So his whole demeanor changed. His whole character changed. Now, he had his little spurts of profanity here and there, but overall, he changed a little bit. So when he's sitting there yelling at me, do I run the jail? No, I don't run the jail, CO Carter, but I run your discretion. And so does the Lord. So you can run with that or get lost. So the thing is you're in confrontation with everybody. You're in confrontation with everybody. You're in confrontation because these inmates are willing to make stuff up about you, which isn't true. And then you have these COs. After that report, these COs were coming in and making sure to nudge my hand all of a sudden. They never did that before because I said, don't touch me. I said, I don't want any contact. So now the new CO, Smith, and a couple of females, they come in and they make sure when they poured the cup, they make sure to pour it. So I stopped giving them my hand like this. I started making them put it in the cup. because they want to be facetious, and it's any level of mental abuse to put you over the edge. They don't care how they get it. And this is what I'm talking about. Touching you physically. They don't care. And then CO Carter is going to yell, kick, and scream so that he can get you more days, to get you to react and get more days in jail. And he's going to do and lie and cheat and steal and do whatever it takes and say that he was protecting himself because he was in there by himself. And he wanted to do that as an anti-tactic, as a false flag to protect himself. Because he's in there and it becomes a dangerous situation. He's going to use the most political correctness as he can. Well, I had to yell at this. I had to yell at Mara and do this because I was in there by myself. And if everybody believed Mara, then everybody would get on me because I'm in there by myself. And that's what he was trying to run with. Oh, and after he yelled at me, oh, no one believed Mara. Mara's a troublemaker. Mara's always doing this. Mara's always doing that. Mara's been sitting there reading the Bible. That's all Mara's done. That is all he's done. I said, you can prove that during the day camera. So this is all they did, was just make sure that you are just mentally raped at all times, always under constant mental strain at all times. And when they asked me, do I want to go back to see if I could leave early? I said no, because it's an honor to cease from strife. It's an honor to cease from strife. All I'm going to do is go in there and be mentally raped by this judge and this prosecutor over the most insane narcissistic campaign that I can't even believe is even real, that's out here in existence. I can't even believe it. I said, I was here. I said, I'm not going back out there. I'm staying until my end date. And the other thing about it is they just want you out there so that they could abuse you. And then what they said is, oh, well, these COs, they don't have anything good to say about you. If you behave, then we might let you out. I want to let you out. It's just, this is the narrative that he's talking. He wants you to run this narrative to get you to believe that it's acceptable to have thousands of people, millions of people come up to you and touch you, okay? And come up to you and abuse you and mentally rape you. And he wants that to be acceptable and tell you that it's completely fine and that the justice system isn't going to do anything about it. That's the conversation that he wants to have with me. And then he wants to tell me what my emotions are. He wants to tell me that I'm not provoked by having people come to my property and having people follow me in school and follow me to the grocery store and have people follow me everywhere. And he wants to tell me and own my emotions and tell me who I am and what I'm about. This is the scumbag that is the Homewood Police Department and the court system and the jail. Okay. This is the sleaze. You want to talk about a stamp that says integrity, a pillar of what they stand for? They don't stand on that pillar. They don't stand on that pillar. They stand on lies. They stand on deceit, period. They gave me, this judge, he gave me a 60-day sentence. You know what he gave a seasoned criminal who had multiple warrants in multiple cities, multiple violations and a whole criminal record? You know what he gave him? 30 days. And you know what he did? He was beaten and being aggressive, and he was the one that was taking the stick away from the plunger and hiding it, beaten on the doors when he didn't get his way, thrown in the cell, the cell because of his behavior, going on these tangents. This judge gave this guy 30 days. You know what the judge gave me? 60 days. 2 months to piss away my life. As if 3 years wasn't enough in physician assistant school to piss away my life in physician assistant school, to piss away my life throughout the career as a paramedic. This guy wants to give me an additional 30 days. Okay? And then lie and say nobody in the court likes me, this, that, and the other thing. And I had no conversations with anybody during that whole stay, other than who wants to sign this witness statement. No other inmate wanted to sign a witness statement when I had one fired up. about an altercation with Carter. Okay. Then they ask you about a bunch of bags and a bunch of possessions that aren't yours, and they try to get you to steal that. Okay. They gave me my pepper spray back. The light was off. The battery was, sapped. I don't even know if they shot it or not. They told me a detective used it, and they never even told me why. Come back, and they keyed my vehicle. So someone waited for me to be away from my property. All of a sudden, my water bill, electricity bill is all the way up, and they keyed my car. I came here knowing nobody, and I can't go anywhere without my things being tampered with. My personal possessions, my house, now because the city didn't turn the water off and I got a crack in the foundation, the crack severed the connection of the back door stairs. And so the whole stairs is getting ready to collapse. And I can't do anything legally because I'm supposed to write a 6-month stint, a 6-month citation of a notice of claim. And it was beyond 6 months. Okay. So I can't do anything. So I have destruction to the house. I can't access the back door. Okay. I don't know these people. And these people, their purpose is to constantly create confrontation every single place you go. Everywhere. I'm going into this new career, and they already have the organization shaped so that the names of the people, like the administrators or the instructors or the assistant heads of the organization and any of their chain of command, they immediately have names of people in my past already there. They've already set up barricades and mental abuse already. I haven't even entered it in the workforce personally yet, but my workforce is already tainted with problems. I've already checked because I don't need to even touch it. I don't need to touch it. I don't even need to prepare for it. I just need to take a gander at it. And I've already taken a gander at it. And they already have people's names already set in place right there for you so that when you're talking to them and listening, they have their names over you or associated in connection so that you have to go through mental abuse and more mental raping. Okay. While you navigate your work mind. Okay. And then at the same time, they want you on all these meds to take away and detract from all your intellect. And this psychiatry wants to dump a bunch of chemicals who've known that they are deleterious to your cortex. Okay, metabolic risk. I've never had cholesterol as high as I've ever had it. It's the highest it's ever been because it put me in a metabolic derangement, just like they say antipsychotics do. Okay. And so I'm supposed to be bald and fat. I'm supposed to live until about 55. I'm supposed to have a heart attack at 55, and then I'm supposed to have congestive heart failure from something that I'll probably die from later in life. Because I have to get to this type of occupation where I have prolonged sitting. And I'm supposed to have, if I make it, that's if I make it. I'm supposed to get cancer. Okay? I'm supposed to get cancer this year. Okay? According to Joseph Rose. And so what they've done is there. Now you may ask, well, how do you extrapolate all of these medical ailments? And I know for a fact they could do it with your blood. That's something that I know for a fact that they can do. They can take your blood and then just sift through your DNA and your sequencing genome and stuff like that. And then they can glean information that way. And they know that if they push you with stress, then what they're doing is they're pushing you relatively close to those faults or those mutations or those errors, right? Or signals in their case. And so if they do and exert enough damage and they exert enough problems, you're going to get this outcome. And that's why they don't care how they do it. Again, this is not about whether or not it's legal. It's just we need to get it done so we can get the outcome that we want, which apparently is living in a nursing home, pissing on myself, is what the outcome is. That's exactly what I've been told. Okay. What bothered me the most in jail was listening to everybody in jail. I'm going to go to the Lord after this. What bothered me the most was that I felt like my life was robbed in jail. My life has been robbed out of jail. My life, I didn't learn anything in jail. The only thing I learned was that I'm not even going to be reporting physically in person to any officers anymore. I'm not making contact with these people. I'll be making reports via email, and I'm going to be getting direct consent. And if not, then I'm just going to go up the chain of command until that happens. I will be emailing evidence, and I will be emailing everything. I'll be in communication via email. But I am not to go up and have dialogue with these officers whose sole purpose is to make sure that their violations of law don't stick. That's what they want. They want to make sure that no one's violations of law ever get recorded or ever get accounted for. They want everyone to violate law, and the only thing that they're going to record is what we can get from you. Whatever we can get from you, that's what we're going to make sure your record is destroyed and your life is destroyed. We're going to lie, cheat, and steal until we get what we want, which is being over you. Okay? We're going to lie, cheat, and steal to have the life that we want, which is making sure that you get the life you don't want. And we're willing to do whatever that takes. Lie, cheat, and steal. Okay? So these are not my people anymore. This is why I left. And this is why God, and I didn't realize it. Now I want to get into, hold on. There's a lot. Oh, romance. Romance and then the Bible. What I learned about all of these guys is that they all have wives. They all have girlfriends. They all have these women. I haven't had any women or any intimacy for years. I don't understand where this society, this dark state, is allowing thugs and druggies to procreate. I've done nothing. I've lived an upright life, being a paramedic or trying to go to school for medicine. I don't see what's wrong with that life. I don't see it at all. You have the justice system. You have a society of the dark state allowing fentanyl addicts to be with fentanyl addicts and have kids. Okay, where's the control over them? You have people who these men are calling their women, asking for money and stuff and asking them to do things. And they're getting hot-headed because the woman is not doing what they say, or they're just acting silly and just pretending like they don't know what's going on. And then these men are yelling and screaming that they're men. They're yelling and screaming, I'm a man. And they're talking about all of this stuff that they've put themselves into, that they've come in temptation with, that the Lord says remain sober. And all of these things, this dark state, this program that I'm on, they're more concerned about me and me being successful and living a normal life, who does none of these things, right? I'm in there because I'm administering a private citizen's arrest, and you have officers who are going to ignore me and abuse me and allow it to happen. What does that have to do with being a criminal? because by its nature, as I put on the dismissal, disorderly conduct is going to be there on both parties because no one's going to come in on a private citizen's arrest nice, calm, and orderly. No one is. No one is. And when you're in a conspiracy with a bunch of sleazebag police officers and departments, naturally, it's assumption of risk when you are going to conspire against someone. It's a liability that is innate and by default within the law. The fact that you want to act on that says how big of a coward you are and how dubious and sleazy you are. That you're willing to continue to act on it, even when it's been reported dozens of times and you've done everything that you can to hide it. Okay. Again, you can't just be professional. It doesn't matter. They're going to attack you anyways. Being professional, doing your business, studying, going to church, doing all that does not matter. I'm going to say that again. It doesn't matter. So it's not like you can just live your life peacefully. It's not like you can just, well, stay away from drugs, then you wouldn't have this issue. Or stay away from the police officer, then you wouldn't have this issue. Or stay away from people, or don't be pissing people off, then you wouldn't be. You're not pissing people off. You're just driving. You don't know these people. They're here to piss you off. They're here to control you. This is a program of mental raping. You're not pissing people off going to school. You're not pissing people off sitting at the desk, reading, getting ready to go talk to a patient. How is that pissing people off? How is interjecting someone's life with STDs and then saying that we knew you were going to have, we conspired to give it to you, and then telling them that you conspired to give it to me? And then you knew there was a lie that it happened like 5 times, and you're telling me that nobody knows? You're telling me that nobody knows anything? Nobody knows anything? That negative blood test 3 times or more, no one knows anything about it, huh? But you want to come up to me and tell me things, but then you want to hide at the same time. This is the level of sleaze that I'm talking about. Okay. This is the scum that I'm talking about. You can't just ignore it. There's nothing to say about it. This doesn't say anything about your character. You merely cannot just go out. I've been out in places like when I went to the bar, and I would always be the one, someone comes up and like kicks a drink on my foot. Don't know these people. This is a state 4 or 5 states away. I don't know these people, but they're coming up to me. What they do is they use this to drive the conspiracy. Use a conspiracy to drive a conspiracy. Keep them busy, keep them mad, control him, always keep his control over his finances, always keep control over everything he has, abuse him with this technology, and then we'll run this other conspiracy behind it or with it simultaneously. And we need to say these things about you, and we need to have these activities happen to you so we can have control over you. Because we need to be above you, because we can't just do it ourselves. So we have to recruit 1 million+ people to get it done. Yeah. And this is how the dark state works. Okay. We can't do it ourselves. Okay. We don't like that he's going to be successful. So we have to go and interrupt his life. And so you have these people who you allow to procreate, have kids, have a life. You let thugs and seasoned criminals, real people, seasoned criminals in this dark state are allowed to want to and continue to do it. And I can't even go to the gym. I can't even go to the gym. That's where I was. I can't even go to school. Months before, that semester before, I switched to Saturday only because I was being followed back in the fall semester. That semester, I switched over to Saturday only so that I could get away. And they kept following me to school. Okay. They don't care about morality. They don't care about ethics. Okay. They don't care. They'll use funerals. They'll use whatever events that are current. And if they're not current, then they'll wait until there is a current event that is relevant to you. Okay. That's going on in my family right now. They had a decade to do whatever. But because there's a relevant, finally the event matches the mental raping. So now we're going to communicate. Okay. When the time is right, we're going to act and we're going to communicate. Oh, he's getting really stressed going to school. Okay, so now is the time because he's going to school and he's leaving the house and we're using vehicles as weapons. Now is the time, okay, to go and attack him. Now is the time to mentally rape him. Okay. When I park out here in some of these hunting areas or some of these parks, they make sure, oh, he's going to the park. We already know, we can extrapolate where he's going to go. Okay, lay down all of the ambient abuse of proxy in the trash right here, because that's where he's going to park. Park your car here, park the truck there, park the van there, so he sees the abuse. Because he has 3 misdemeanors, we're going to get 3 red cars to park directly in front of where he goes to get his eyes corrected. So we're going to line all 3 red vehicles up because we know he's going to park right here. So we're going to just put 3 red vehicles here to abuse him. So they go as far as making sure that your mother is the abuser. Okay, so your mother is the abuser. It's the white SUV. My dad purchased a white truck recently, so now it's a white truck instead of the red truck. Was a red truck for years, now it's a white truck. These women contacted me. They are always in a posture or a picture that looks like your mother. Okay. So they're sending you pictures that look like your mother or a younger version of your mother, anything that looks like your mother. Okay. And they're just carrying this. People are always reaching out to you when the time is right, because the time is right for mental raping. So we just reach out to you because now is the time is right. Oh, you want to talk to us? Okay, well, we already know everything that's going on and the things that you've been shopping for, the things you've been reading, the things that you've been browsing on some other websites. We know what you're doing around the house. We know what you're doing in the car. We know what you're thinking about. Okay, then the conversation is going to be just about that. So you can't have a conversation without that conversation always being about what is a direct mirror of your life. Or what they're going to do is they're going to take and have a conversation about what you wanted in life and then make sure that they talk to you about it. Rub it in your face. And that's all they care about. Oh, the time's right. He just came out of jail. Probably needs some emotional, social support. Well, when he comes to us, we got all kinds of things to say that are all relevant to him. Okay. So it becomes this mental raping process. Okay. The Bible. So I learned a lot about the Bible. I'm going to put a footnote here. $12.20. So I go outside within the past month or so, and all I hear is these wide pipe trucks driving by. And they do this. They'll use the ambient abuse, and they'll take wide pipe trucks. Or they'll use certain cars with little hubs on them, like no wheel hub, and they'll have them drive around you in your visual space. And so every time you go out to drive, you're just being mentally stimulated. You're just being mentally raped, and it ends up triggering you. And so you don't really want to work or go to work, because there's not just the mental raping and the disturbance by vehicles, literally millions of people at this point following you, but it's the fact that now everything at work is electronic. The Bible. And what I learned is the Bible is going to talk to you about strife that deals with mostly possessions, mostly land, mostly animals, mostly religion. Whether or not you are obedient, whether or not you have assets like vines, vineyards, and goats and lambs, cattle. This is their currency. Their communication has always been paper or voice. Okay. The problem with contemporary society is their violence is taking place by communication. So if I go to work, what they'll do is they'll hack the app that you're in, just like I was working in a place. I was working in multiple places that use their applications. When you're in the application, they'll go through and they'll erase the notes. Okay. You'll start accessing all the different databases and the little modules. Okay. All the things that you need to fill out. They'll go through and erase it while you're filling it out. Or better, one of the better things that they do is they like to freeze it. They like to freeze the phone and freeze the interface and make it faulty, so that when you're working, you can't physically work without being stressed. Okay. They want you stressed out, and they want to delay things like your clock in. What they'll do is you go to clock in, and what they'll do is they know you clock in through the app. So what they'll do is they'll just make the app not work. They'll freeze the app, or they'll say there's something wrong with the data. And while you're working every single day, okay, you're going through problems through this app. And this is the best way to get at you, because we know that every day you use this electronic system, and this is the best way to harass you and mentally rape you. This is the best way to mentally rape you, is go through your work app. We know that you're professional. We know that you like to be steadfast and accurate and precise. So when you type all that stuff up, we're going to erase it. Okay. We know you like to be prompt. We're going to act the opposite. And then at the same token, we're going to sabotage. Everything in that manual, the CIA's field manual of sabotage, that is what is going on in the workplace, in the hospitals, with the nurses. You name it, I've seen it, I've lived it. Okay. Mental raping every single time you are in the work environment using electronics. Okay. If you're using a computer like a CPU and you're at the workplace, they'll make sure that they freeze that computer and they sleep the computer. So they know you're walking up to that computer, they'll sleep that computer. It'll ask you to log in. You start logging in using the same password. What they've done is they've locked that password out to make you look stupid. And what they'll do is they'll time it whenever you're around a preceptor, or you're around a classmate, or if you're just willy-nilly around just doing your own work. They'll sleep that computer. How dare he work? How dare he? Okay. This is the same dark society that allows all these people with multiple warrants to procreate and have 4, 5, a dozen plus kids. Okay. This is the same dark state. All I do is I show up to work, I'm responsible, I'm ready to rock, and I'm ready to go. I'm sober, I'm freaking healthy. I don't dabble with a bunch of illegal behavior, but for some reason I'm important. It's important to bring me down. But we're not going to keep tabs on all these other people. We just want to these people are allowed to have a life. They're allowed to work to have a car, and they're allowed to work to have things, and they're allowed to have kids around, right? And smoke bud with them when they're 15. They're allowed to do those things. We're not going to keep tabs on them, but by God, we're going to keep tabs on you. This is the sleaze. Okay. This is the sleaze bags. Okay. Everyone in my intimate space, everyone listening to me, everyone watching me. This is the level of sleaze that I deal with every day, every week, every month, every year. And so I'm supposed to go and search for a job and scrape by. I have all these structural things that need to be addressed with the house. It's been going on 4 years now. We're going to go on 4 years soon. Okay. And I haven't accomplished anything because I've been dealing with neighbors letting their dogs shit in my yard. I've been being followed everywhere. I could have had a paramedic job when I got here, getting paid $70,000. Instead, last year I reported like $1,500. Last year, all I made was $1,500. And every year before that, when I moved here, I literally filed poverty level money. So instead of just fixing the house like the AC unit or fixing the furnace or fixing the roof or fixing the electrical system to prevent fire, I'm sitting around here dealing with a bunch of sleaze bags in the justice system, out of the justice system, and in the occupational space. Okay. This is what I'm dealing with. And we're just sitting here. I applied for disability, for PTSD, and numerous other things. Okay. Actually, yeah, for numerous other things. And I get to an appointment on the 29th. I get there and the lady tells me that there's nothing that they can do. And the only reason why she wanted to get me there was because it was scheduled on 2/9 of April, because she wanted to use semantics on the number 2 and use my number 9. And that's what it's about, is they find out everything about you. And then what they do is abuse you because like your favorite number is 9 or a specific day that you enjoy. They'll organize it around that. They'll organize the abuse so that the defamation is around that abuse. So the defamation is around that court date, or the court date is around whatever they've got from you, which is 2 misdemeanors. So they want to let me go on April 2nd, or they want to put me in on February 2nd and make me do 2 months or 60 days. And anything you own, they're ready to antagonize you about, whether it be your bow, because you shot a Browning Rage, and now all of a sudden the clothes are being pushed over so that your roaring rain jacket, and the list goes on. And this is what the art of war is. This is what Professor Zhang was talking about. Okay? When they start tackling all of those little things that you're doing, this is what the intelligence community is about. And they listen to everything, and then they continue the process. And they won't give you a remote job because they need you out and about amongst the populace. They need you out and about so they have control. They need you out and about so that you can be mentally raped, and they need you out and about so they can fulfill their physiologic plan on you. Okay. And they're in control of your environment because they've been using this technology. It doesn't matter if you were doing the right thing. They're going to make sure that they manipulate you so that you do the wrong thing. And then what they'll do is they'll say, you need an answer to that. And the problem is they won't stop doing it until they finally get something. That's the difference. The difference between living a life of righteousness and upright is that you just live a life. Let me tell you an example. An example is when Satan tempted Jesus. He sat him on a mountain. He said, you could worship me, be with me, or you could have all of this. Something along those lines, right? And have all of this. His temptations weren't of a grand scale. His temptation by the serpent wasn't of a grand scale. And he was tempted like 3 times. Pretty simple temptations. My temptations, this is what I'm jumping straight into the Bible and what I did out of my 2 months of study. My temptations have been from people following me for 4,000 plus days. In no circumstance did or was there a depiction of Jesus having everything infiltrated or having everything moved around in his life or control. Doesn't say anything about his fiscal state, doesn't say anything about his physical state. It doesn't say anything about anything other than what he's done. It didn't say anything about how many people. It didn't say anything about the other assets that are in my contemporary life. I've lived longer than he has at this point. I've been under persecution longer than he has at this point. Which I don't know why I was even conceived if the objective was to put someone through this type of burden and this type of raping process. So why would you even conceive someone? So what I don't understand about the Bible is I got lost when I was a Baptist and Catholic. I was born Catholic, but I got lost back in the college years because I realized that there's people who are controlling the environment. There's things that if God, I felt like God wouldn't allow certain things to happen if he was here. But then that's when I realized I was completely wrong. And I did something that I should have never did. And I threw away a cross and a bridge of a ship and an anchor that my grandmother had given me. Okay. There's things in life that I picked up on that were slowly being used. Every few years, they made sure to put some type of mental disruption or some type of mental stigma to alert me to this conspiracy. For example, every 2 years, my mother would food poison me. Every 2 years. Okay. Till I was hospitalized at one point around the age of 18. And the results did show a bacterial infection. And I was always the only one with the bacterial infection in the family, even though we all ate the same thing. I was always the one. Didn't matter if I was up by my grandparents, didn't matter if I was with my mother in two completely separate states, 12 and a half hours away. And I was always the one that would wake up at night and be vomiting. Okay. And I was always treated differently. Okay. There was always control, always control. Blame for things that I didn't do or I haven't done. Stealing, for example. The Bible. I didn't realize, and I don't know how I didn't realize, I should have, because I had ADHD back in the day. Still have it. But I never was able to sit down and read with great length without, being a little hyperactive or impulsive. So the Bible never went in front of my eyeballs until I sat in that jail and I had no other option. And I said, well, why am I here? What am I missing? I need to know the ins and outs. And I've always been a scholar, and I've always been really good at reading and enjoying the interpretation and gleaning new knowledge and understanding. And as I read his parables, Jesus's parables, written by Solomon, son of David, realized that I've been doing my part for understanding. I've been doing my part for wisdom. I've been doing my part, right, for knowledge. I've been doing that. And what I realize is that people are doing everything in their power to deprive me of that privilege. They're doing whatever it takes to make sure that I don't have knowledge, that I don't have understanding, and that I don't have wisdom. They want to take advantage of this. So this is what people around me, including my family, have been about. After I've read the first 5 pages in the first book of Genesis, it's literally Old Testament, literally 1, 2. I came to a realization that God, our Father, removed everything and said he didn't want man around because he was so evil. He was so evil that I repent and my heart hurts. It's strained that I even made man, that I made you, that he made me. And that's when I realized I could see it. I could see exactly why. And finally, as I read this, I began reading more and more and more and more and more. And eventually I found that there is a divide about what's going on from the big church and the congregation, which in the Bible, he says that I'm to pray discreetly and I'm not to mix amongst the congregation. I'm supposed to go in closet and be with him, right? I'm not to be in long length in sermon, okay? I'm not, according to him. And what I've realized is that he starts putting in commandments, but he also starts putting in these apostles, right? That are his, also there's disciples that are with Jesus. And he starts giving out these laws in the New Testament and in the Old Testament. And he starts painting a picture of what life was like back then. And I realized that if you look at Adam and Eve, and then you look at Cain and Abel, all of the world from the very inception of man has jealousy, has conspiracy, and has deceit. I realized Jesus couldn't even have 12 disciples. Peter, Simon betrayed him, right? Or Icarus. Peter, Simon denied him 3 times, but it was Icarus that denied him, or excuse me, that, what was his name? Icarus? Yeah. Judas. So when you have a family, or you have friends, or you have coworkers, or you have, even as a president, you have advisors, and you have a committee. 1 out of 12, even you could say 2 out of 10, 2 out of 12, which leaves you with 10 people. You're going to have deceit. You're going to have lies, right? And I always was loyal. And for the first time when I read the Bible, he told me that leading my life with my heart is a fool's errand. And always lead with wisdom. Always lead with wisdom. So I stopped leading with my heart. I stopped. The term I love you, after just mental raping of so many years, means nothing to me from nobody. The term love doesn't mean anything to me from anybody. It doesn't mean nothing to me. It doesn't. Coming from nobody, from your parents, from your grandparents, don't mean nothing. Uncle, aunts, sisters, cousins, brothers, whatever. That doesn't mean anything to me because I've seen the world for too long. I've been in this mental raping process for too long. Okay. I've been around, literally, as they say, I got those t-shirts. And it's not that I just got those t-shirts. I've got the jacket, the pants, the socks, the shoes, the ball cap. I got the watch. I got the necklace. I've got the undergarment. I got the briefs. I've got it all. I've been there. I have seen everything there is to see with people. Okay. I've seen the mental raping is at such a degree from so many thousands of people. It's not dozens, it's thousands that you come in contact with. Millions that you have to visually deal with. Okay. I see why God erased man. And then if you go through and you're not spiritual whatsoever, because I had a time during my jail stint that I had different conversations. And it was just expressing the word of God on some days that the two church members would come and talk to us, and I would talk about what I learned from the Bible on a couple occasions, few occasions, 3 or 4 occasions, trying to express my understanding of the Bible. And they say things like, you should, Jesus didn't come here with peace. And by the way, there's no portion in there that says be a good person. The only time that says be a good person is be good and obedient to your husband. Wives, be good, obedient to your husband. That's the only time in the whole 1,016 or 15 pages that book says be good person. And really, it's not even good person. It's be good, obedient to your husbands. And so there's this thing in the youth community and in the young adult, middle adult community that says in this fugitive community in jail that I'm at, that feels the need that anybody could be a good person. Well, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say be a good person. The purpose is for you to follow his lead and be in his image, follow his commandments, and follow his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And therefore, you will have a life that you will be happy with. It doesn't say be a good person based off what you think is a good person. It's be wise, be understanding, and be knowledgeable. And through my entire life, that's all I've striven to be wise, to be understanding, and to be knowledgeable. And time and year and day and month and week again, everybody has taken their turn trying to make sure that I'm not any of those. Okay. So then as you're going through the book of Genesis, then you're going through the 5 books, which are the laws, right? The book of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers. That's your book of law. And back in the day, by the way, back in their time, the kids would go to school from like 5 to 11, and then they would be considered adults and have kids by the time they were 13, 14 and hit puberty. Just to put it in perspective, why there's such a lineage at such a fast rate and such an ever-expanding rate in such a small amount of time. Because they had lineage that was occurring at twice the rate of what we are today. They're giving birth at the age of 14, 15, 16. They're considered adults. These kids were considered adults in their times at 11, 12, 13. Off, married, and having kids, 13, 14, 15. Twice as soon as what we have now. Okay. So this is why there's an ever-expanding family lineage that happens so fast throughout our life's ancestry. But when you study the law and you see the commandments, yeah, I'm not making animal sacrifices, burnt offerings, right? Peace offerings, sin offerings. I'm not doing that. The New Testament tried to turn that, right? And manipulate it. And so the fact that they wanted to make their own ideology. And so it's the New Testament. And I read into all the patriarchy changes and all the things that the scholars and the priests and the kings and the queens around the 14th and 15th century, 16th century did to make that New Testament. But what I'm getting at is after you read the laws, the book of law, and there's 5 books, which I've stated, you go into the next portion, which is the Chronicles, the Kings Chronicles and the Acts, right? And pretty soon, when you start reading this, it gets a little messy, if you will, trying to understand family lineage. It gets it gives into entropy, let's just say. You realize that the term conspiracy comes up numerous times in there, from Jezebel, I should say. There's other ones like Abora. I can't get them precise, but I don't want to guess their names. But what I'm saying is you see that this whole conspiracy thing is built within the human being from the day of dawn. being deceitful. Okay. And that's when I realized that it's okay to let things go. It's okay to stop caring. It's okay to say no. It's okay not to exert acts of service anymore. It's okay. Because he tells you that you should put him first over your mother, over your father. Okay? He's not here to bring peace. He's here to bring a sword. He is here to bring divergence, okay, between father and son, daughter and mother, and so forth. Okay? He is here to create strife. He was not here to create peace. Okay? When I seen and understood how people were in the day, and especially in the kings, and I also understood Moses bringing and liberating the God's children out of Egypt, right? And Moses helped them make that trek. And the people were always asking and complaining about food, water, fire, shelter, and safety. And God was always there. Dink, dink. Always there making some type of magical or putting manna in the way to drink. Laws and the commandments. And I looked and realized that with conspiracy, you have to break commandments. And I looked at commandments. I looked at all the commandments. And I looked at the violations that I've done. I thought about karma. I looked at the violations that people have done against me. And there's far more things that people have done against me than I have done against people. Far more. Including breaking those commandments against me. So this is another reason why I said I'm going to let go. I'm just going to let go of people. I'm done dealing with people because I don't owe anybody anything. I've done enough time that there would be hundreds of people that would have given up long time ago, years ago. There's been people that I know would have committed suicide, dozens of people from what I went through long time ago. There's people that I know would have been on drugs and absolutely would not be sober right now, a long time ago. And I've endured and I've maintained righteousness by continuing to do the right thing. And the right thing don't get you anywhere. Doesn't mean that I need to go the wrong way. It just means that I'm going to cease from strife. And I'm cutting communications because what you realize is when you get to the end of the Bible says, even Jesus says, I believe in Paul, don't get me wrong, or possibly John. It says, if the world is coming down on you, know that the world that's coming down has come down on me first. Right? You are not of this world, neither am I, speaking for himself, the Son. You are not of this world, neither am I. And what's so important about this message, not the fact that he ends it with, they will remember your word as they have remembered mine. Not that that's important. That is important. But he made you in his image. And so you should feel that as you are obedient to his writings, then you realize you become more isolated no matter what you do. You become more isolated. Why? Because you were made in his image and he's isolated. What really groans in the bottom of my stomach when I read this, that I felt contradicted, was the fact that I have to live a life beyond his years. And I have to live a life beyond his tribulation. Now, how dare I say that? I would never experience what he experienced being crucified. I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is my life is his life are not always going to be the same. And so he hasn't experienced this. And as you know, everything in the Bible is based off of circumstance. So who's to say that if he was under my circumstance, what would have become of the Bible and his word? This is something I'll never know. But what I do know is that every single thing that I thought about in those 2 months in jail, from my health, from my finance, from my mental state, from my feelings and emotions of love, compassion, altruism, all of it. He gave me understanding when nobody, and I mean nobody, ever could. He gave me understanding on everything. My interpersonal relationships, the way I eat. He makes sure that you take care of yourself, right? It's strange that I would be a personal trainer and then he would tell me that I shouldn't be slothful. And all these years, people would say you're cocky, you're vain. But in reality, you're just staying healthy at a healthy weight. Because he says your body is a temple. He tells you this. You're told you're skinny? No, you're not. If you look at the spectrum where you're at, you are perfectly healthy for your weight, for your age. You are healthy. You are not skinny. And this is what brought me to an understanding about the women that I'm surrounded with in all of these dating sites and all these people who are trying to get you to be like them, sloth-like, beer gut, dad bod-like. If something doesn't motivate you because you're depressed or you're anxious, get up because the Lord says get up. Jesus says get up because you're a temple. Jesus says get up because you're one out of 200,000 or 200 million or 150 million sperm and you were conceived. So you're 1 in 200 million. You're 1 in 150 million. You're worth something. You're literally, you're just, your physical presence is a miracle. Doesn't matter what people think of you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what people think of you. Doesn't matter. None of your life matters. He even tells you that the camel will go through the eye of a needle before a rich man reaches heaven. That's improbable. That's improbable. And he says, I've seen, no matter how smart you are, no matter what possessions you have, you will be defined by your work. You'll be judged by the definition of your work. And I know for a fact what I've given up with the condition of my heart, the condition of my vascular system, the condition of my mind. I've given up my life's work so far. I'm completely satisfied with, and no one can take that from me. And he and only he can take that and help you understand that. Because everybody else in their eyes hates you, doesn't like you. And every single day with all of the cyber stalking, you woke up every single day with these cowards and these scumbags in your phone, turning off your alarm so you would be late for work. And guess what? You still showed up. Every day you go to work and these guys are toggling all of your computers and your apps, and everybody else around you is living this life without it. And they have things to gripe and complain about. And they're slothful and carry around a foolish belly and a foolish lifestyle. And could do drugs and be completely unsober and procreate. Okay. And he says, if you don't marry and if you don't have kids, you become an angel. That's what he says. I looked at his commandments over and over again. Where did I go wrong? Yeah, I had a perverse tongue. I've been working on that for years. But under what circumstance has anyone else been under this much mental raping? You can't escape. Times then are not times now. But I've done a good job since leaving jail of not cursing. I try my best. Yeah, I should pray some more. But when it comes to the commandments, there's nothing that I haven't done. I haven't violated any commandments. But every single time I get out, every single day I wake up and I have to go outside, I realize that people just violate the commandments. And it's not just that, but they're violating the law every single day. And they don't care because all they want is an outcome. Again, this is man. And the Lord helped me understand why he erased man. This is so important that you understand the Bible. And if you don't understand the Bible, well, I realize because there's a lot of guys in jail that aren't spiritual. And they say, oh, well, there was 3 Jesuses before that. There was 2 Jesuses before that. There was more than one Jesus. Why are you just worshiping one man? There was like 2 other Jesuses that were crucified. Well, the reason being is because if you just look at always wanting to learn and you're being a man of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and this is what you've been put on this earth, to procreate. That's what you've been put on this earth for, to procreate and love and be wise and understanding and knowledgeable. You realize that even if you're not spiritual and you don't believe in the Lord, you don't believe in Jesus, the book itself, let me go get it. Excuse me. The book itself helps you understand that millions, billions of people have put their hand on the book, right? They put their hand on the book. From soldiers in the Civil War, from the Roman Empire, from Caesar to Queen Elizabeth, all of their lineage, to normal people in your neighborhood, to men on the beach in Normandy, to everything. Anything and every human imaginable has known something about the book. Scholars, doctors, nurses, administrators, surgeons, you name it. Taliban, ISIS, politics, lobbyists, everybody knows something about this book. And the power of this book isn't just about spiritual, but it's about humanism. So if you don't understand, which there's a lot of guys that don't believe in spiritual Lord or God, there's evolutionists, of course, but the amount of blood that has spilled and seeped over the word of that book, and the times that it's been tried to be manipulated over that book. Himmler, Stalin, Adolf, Hitler, and I said Himmler with the H-I-M-L-E-R, M-M-L-E-R, right? The one that tried to make a super race of Germans, the SS, beating babies, killing babies, making baby farms and stuff like that. Jews and the paganists and the Catholic community and all of the conflict between Hitler, the Catholic priest, right? Even the Catholic priest played a role in conspiracy. Okay? Even the Catholic priest at the time played a role in conspiracy. This book, what I learned out of that 2 months, I didn't have to. There's a choice you can make. You can let him in your heart. And this is what the ministers always say and the pastors. You can let him in your heart, let Jesus in your heart, right? You can. You can let him in your heart and you can be obedient. And you can pray every day and you can read the book every single day and you could live by his commandments every day. Or you could be atheist and not believe in it, because paganists, for example, believe in many gods. At one point, I was all about Mother Nature. Mother Nature is responsible for everything, responsible for us, responsible for everything. Mother Nature is. Because everything we have gotten from here is almost a pagan mentality, right? I believe there's one creationist, and it was Mother Nature. She did everything for us. Because over evolution, and then something happened. Something was created, even through evolution, because so many molecular processes couldn't just miraculously be happening. We went from a single cell organism to multicellular and just miracle upon miracle, right? Because an engine, for example, a vehicle engine doesn't even last that long, but somehow it doesn't procreate. It doesn't make biological things. But for some reason, we have been an engine and more, and we procreate very astutely, very accurately, very precisely. We do things that is a lineage. Yet there's nothing we can create that can do that without significant engineering, right? There's some things that we are engineering, like we're engineering organs, for example, and regrowing certain things. But long story short, we have no evidence of this actually having been here. We've just recently done that. I don't want to get in the rabbit hole, but what I'm saying is if I was not to lean on the Lord, if I was to lean on the book, I realized that there's so many people and so many problems in this world and so many circumstances. How can one book address all circumstances? Because I went through all of my strife in my mind and my heart and all of the conflict, right? All the conflict. I went through all the conflict, through the defamation, through the lying, the cheating, the stealing, the sabotage, the betrayal trauma, through everything, the cognitive dissonance, and all of it was answered in a book. You could consider the Bible a book of philosophy, a book to lean on. And what's interesting is it's a book you lean on when no one else is around. It's a book you could have faith in and be uplifted psychologically, because you need the spiritual energy. You need the understanding if it's not spiritual to you. You need the understanding that you're not the only one that's gone through problems. But even at this level and this magnitude of mental raping through the intelligence community, this book stands first before any human being or before any flesh tries to insert any word into my eardrums or look directly into my eyes. This book and history comes first. And then that's when I learned to let go. That's what I just learned. I said, this is life. This is exactly what they went through in the past. It's just my life is amplified because we're of technological age. They conspired back then. They're conspiring now. It's knives out. And they've been doing it and they won't stop. Then you realize that you're not what you're portrayed to be out there. If you look inside the book and then you either want to be spiritual or not, you realize that you've been upright. I mean, yeah, you may have slipped up with some porn or something like here, because you've been celibate for 13 years. You've had no intimacy with a female for 17 years. So you don't know community. You don't know connection. You don't know connection. You just don't know. And the only way to be satisfied with being by yourself, even though it's completely contradicting to your health, is what he's told you, which is you are to be over a beast. You are to be over the land. So here I am. Okay, so my recreation revolves around that. And when it comes to your interpersonal relationships with what a female is supposed to be like to you, you look in here and realize that that's not what a female has ever been to me. And these are all people who you are surrounded by, who are all churchgoers. They all congregate on Sundays. They all come together and they're all people of a church. They're all neighborly to one another. But when it comes to you, no one likes you. No one has anything to say positive against you. And they want to criminalize you and keep you disturbed and mentally raped, no matter where you go. In your book, in your text, right? Placing it in your text, placing it in your folder, placing and keeping your battery down. I've had this phone charged numerous days, and it's gone only to like 70% or around 69 or 61%, even when it's charged. And that's all they care about, is keeping it inside this semantical communication. That's all they care about. And every single time, I can rest assured that to go through this tribulation every single day, I'm rest assured by our Father that he wanted to erase people. I'm not. So my expectation has been too high. That's the life I've lived. My expectations for people have been way too high. Way too high. And I've given more than people could give to me. And so this is where I came to a conclusion that when I follow his parables, I start to see how I should be treated and what things should be going on in my life and what I've done to deserve anything in this life. I also learned about forgiveness. And you don't forgive people when they've committed crimes against you like this 7 times in a day. Numerous days, numerous weeks, more days and more weeks and more months and more years. Okay? In my life, I've been wrong 7 times in a day. So when it comes to this, because it's guilty by association and what that called, just like the police, right? The second you start naming things and people and stuff like that, they act like it's strange. But whenever they're searching for things like racketeering, drug trafficking, people trafficking, okay, conspiracies with murder, all of a sudden they want to tackle the people associated with. Or when they go to ISIS and they're fighting in the Middle East and they're going and fighting elsewhere, they want to take the leader down and his deputies because they're guilty by association. But the second I raise the flag about association and being guilty with other people from family, friends, and the workplace and the justice system, all of a sudden it's questionable. But police do it all the time, hitting the little chains in the link, going down every little person who's affiliated, and they just corral them all up and they smack charges on all of them. But the second I do that, it's a problem. Oh, how is there going to be venue? How are we going to get venue in this? Now, this is not good, according to the judge. And they know this. And this is why I stopped trucking, because they want you to truck out of state and then they want to violate you out of state. States away. Oh, well, how are we going to do a lawsuit on this when there's no venue? That's not the right venue. You need to do it in the state in which it occurred. So it's my responsibility to initiate a civil lawsuit against someone who's 4 states away, 3 states away, and initiate a court proceeding down there in that state and drive to and from. And then they'll start using other people in other states, and it's impossible to put together. They know this. And when it is possible, they want to make sure the third-party watchdog that's over my evidence is in there erasing it. So I'm not going to win the lawsuit. And this is why I go back and I start reverting back, that this is why God wanted to erase you. This is why God wanted to flood the earth and drown you. This is why. And it's all the way back to Eve. Okay? Where deception, in order to orchestrate action, eating from the tree in which you're not supposed to, is what they're trying to implement every single day, every single interaction. The extent of the mental raping that I go through is not the extent of what Jesus went through or what his disciples went through. Okay. In fact, there wasn't even that many people back then. There wasn't vehicles back then. And if there was carriage and horse, there wasn't that many back then. They didn't even have some of the colors that they do now back then. So the color coordination and the ambient abuse by proxy wasn't even relevant back then. They didn't even have objects like that back then. They didn't have the fabrics or the dyes. They had colors that were all relatively similar. Purple, blue, scarlet, or purple, scarlet, and crimson. Blue, purple, scarlet, or blue, purple, and crimson. Gold and brass and whites. They didn't have cups. They didn't have colored trash like plastics. Because if I looked across this entire program, most of it has been plastics that have been scattered around in the form of ambient abuse by proxy. So all of these things that are in the woods right now, all of it's plastic. They didn't have plastic back then. So the abuse wasn't on that level back then. And conspiracy was back then. Okay. You have presidents who've been under conspiracy. Nixon stealing psychiatric records. And this is what they want, is they want to start establishing paper trail so that you're forever written off and you're forever categorized into this narrative. That's what everyone's going to remember you as this narrative. But what I need to understand is the Lord has been watching over me the whole time. And what I've been doing hasn't been anything wrong. I've made wrongs in my past, which I shouldn't have. But that was when I was like late teens, early 20s. I've been living upright and righteous except a perverse mouth, okay, and probably looking at some romance things that I shouldn't be looking at because I've been celibate and I have no romance. But when it comes to making a communication and my expectations of what romance should be, I've never been wrong because the Lord tells me what the romance should be. And I've never experienced that. I've never experienced what the Lord is saying a woman should be like. Haven't. So this tells me that that's why I need to understand and be saved under his conditional love, unconditional love. Because everyone else around me is saying through this that they're not in a right plane. Okay. And it's not my responsibility to go and fix it. It's not my responsibility to go and address it. It's not my responsibility. Otherwise, I will falter physically. I'm just to let go. And God says he loves these people, right? He loves his people. And he says that I should forgive. Otherwise, you will not be forgiven. However, he also says in here, if you do it 7 times in a day, you don't need to forgive. Also, even though in the book of Kings and Chronicles and Acts, okay, even though some of those kings didn't live up to his expectations and were not obedient all the way, he still gave them reward. But there's times, especially when the kingdom of Israel didn't abide by his commands and really disobeyed him. He killed those people and he cursed those people and their generations. And the Lord did forgive multiple times, numerous times, innumerable times. But there's times in this book where he says it is okay not to forgive in this circumstance. And then he puts it in the context, not that with 7 times in a day, completely acceptable. And these people who surround me are guilty by association, and it happens more than 7 times a day, every week, every month, every year. I don't need to forgive anybody, friends, family, and no one's asking for it. And I don't care. But what I'm getting at is that I've known pastors and I've known priests and ministers to try to come into jail and tell you you need to forgive because God has a plan for you. That's what they try to tell you, these people. But you realize that these people are exactly that. They are people. And they want to abuse you with ambient abuse by proxy while they come in with their clothes. And then they want to abuse you and keep control over you, saying that God has a plan for you. The problem with that is that if you listen to this, it's not God running everything, it's a serpent. The serpent changed Adam and Eve and hence changed our reality. The serpent was chasing the woman, the red dragon was chasing the woman, even into heaven, all the way in the back of Revelations, I realized. So from the beginning of the book to the end of the book, the serpent's been around and the serpent is always around. What I realized is that because the child was going to be somebody, the serpent wanted to kill this baby boy. And the serpent was willing to do everything from a flood, right? Even the dragon wanted to flood the resting place to kill this seed from this woman. And they're willing to do whatever it takes, which includes entering heaven, which includes using the justice system. Okay? So this is what helped me understand that it's okay to let go. It's okay to let go of people. Because people will kill you. Yeah, people will kill you. And this is why the Lord wanted to remove people. Okay? Because people are evil from inception of their creation. And he even says this. The youth are corrupt. He knows this. He says the youth are corrupt. He knows they're susceptible. Okay? They're susceptible to disobedience. And he knows this. And he knows this. And then you start reading the parables. You read the parables, understand that what you've done in life, whether it be remaining sober all your life, because when I say I haven't been drunk, I probably haven't been drunk in, man, I haven't been drunk in when we say drunk, I've never blacked out before, but last time I checked out drunk was probably in college. That was like over a decade ago. Yeah. But I've had drinks, but I stopped drinking because it says in the king's admonitions of a king, it's not for kings or princes, right? Well, not for kings strong drink or princes wine. I had a non-alcoholic beverage somewhere in 2023. It was non-alcoholic. I remember I went and I bought it because it had no alcohol in it, but it really did have alcohol in it. It just is a little bit. But I just don't get it. I'm around a bunch of seasoned criminals. And I got all this time to reflect. I've got all this time to understand the world around me. And I realize that I don't belong in this world. I don't belong around the people of this world. If this is the world that I live in, I don't belong around people anymore. And I refuse to do so. I refuse to go around people. And then you listen to everyone in psychiatry start labeling you, and they don't have the slightest clue of what you've been through. They're just quick to diagnose and throw some medications at you. Make sure you're not going to kill anybody or kill yourself. And other than that, we're just going to work and titrate this medication up so we can fix your woes. And it's just political abuse by psychiatry. And they're willing to destroy your brain. They're willing to destroy your life. They're willing to destroy everything. The Lord helped me when I came out of this 2 months understand people and understand history. So it reinforced my healthcare career in not wanting to go back to anything person to person, doing patient interviews. And that's the thing, is they like to take your interview and change their symptoms and make it feel as if you're not writing the right symptoms down, or they'll come up with new things and they'll try to make you look stupid, basically. And then it'll aggravate you. So what I'm always describing is lies, deceit. That's what I've always described, basically. All these little tangents and everything has always been innumerable stories and tangents about lies, cheats, and deceiving me. And just mental raping, just nonstop psychological mental raping. Okay. So now I don't go to church. And I don't go to church because I am not supposed to congregate. I'm supposed to pray in quiet location by myself, according to him. I don't do long sermons, right? And it's just so strange. It gives you comfort when you can't talk to anyone. You can't even talk to a therapist, a counselor. You can't. What it does is it creates frustration, because you'll go in and you're supposed to be growing out of the feeling. You're supposed to be getting healthy. You're supposed to be overcoming it. But what happens is none of it works, including medications, because they continue to violate you. So this is why I stopped with all of that stuff, because you're going to get information, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding from someone, but you have more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding than they do. And they're just a Band-Aid, but the Band-Aid is a poisonous one. It's literally destroying your brain, your amygdala, your cortex. It's shrinking it. And it's written all over medical journals. It takes months, even years, for your brain to return, and it may not ever return. You're given chemical restraints for having millions of people violate you and mentally rape you. And you're giving chemical restraint for it. Okay. So that's what I learned about the Bible. I learned everything from nutrition. He tells you about how to eat, how to take care of yourself. He tells you how to take care of your loved one. He tells you what your loved one should be like. He tells you these things. I would be like that to my loved one, which I feel like I have, but I also feel like I lack a lot of trust, and I've lacked trust for a lot of good reasons. And I haven't cheated or done infidelity or anything of that nature, but I've been accused of it, and there's always conflict. There's always this deranged conflict over my romances, and it doesn't come from me. It just comes from disrespect and deranged emasculation and this weird stuff from the opposite gender. And it's nothing like what a Christian understanding is. So I just gave that up too, because I felt like that's just part of the program, because I'm being ran on a program. I'm not being ran on civil or ethical or moral um, standards. This is how can we be immoral? How can we be unethical? How can we be unjust? How can we lie? How can we cheat? How can we cheat? How can we steal? That's the life that I live from everybody. So I just stop dealing with everybody. And I feel like they think that I have to answer to them, which is beyond me, that I have to physically answer to people, and that I owe them some type of dialogue. And all of my experience in life says I don't. I just wish that I could be liberated from family and liberated from this occupational standstill and this occupational poverty, um, because it has nothing to do with my professionalism. It has nothing to do with my ability to perform. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has everything to do with a dark state undermining and sabotaging everything that I do in order to fulfill a plan. That's all they care about, which means I'm not human to them. And the reason they haven't physically killed me is because they'd rather have me be fulfilling a plan of misery and terrorism and mental raping. So apparently I can get to a nursing home and piss all over myself in a diaper. That's the end goal, according to Joseph Rose and some strangers and some people. And I should be a broke father, but I wouldn't want to put or bring seed into a world like this. And I don't know why my family did. I don't know why they would bring someone into a world like this, or a organizational conspiracy of the dark state like this. It's beyond me. So the reason why I'm disconnected from so many close people is because I realize that I wouldn't do things that they're doing. And that's what God has helped me understand is, if I wouldn't be treating someone a certain way, why would they be treating me this way? And because it's so deranged and because it's so intense, I just leave everybody at the wayside and just live my life to the best of my ability with the Lord on my side. So, I wrote down a bunch of notes, but I think I got enough off my chest. I I started to reflect kind of on my career a little bit, and I just felt good about leaving it behind because I thought that I was shortchanged, which I was financially, because I could have technically been under contract with a vehicle, from the bonus, like a $15,000 bonus or whatever bonuses they get for however many years. And you could have had these other assets, right? But the problem is you're just going to be fighting more civilly, and they're going to want you to sell those assets just so that you have the funds to walk blindly into a court process, which you're not going to receive any help in. And so they want you to start selling your assets, including a new vehicle if you did purchase one, or they want you to sell all of these things like your kayaks or whatever it may be, just so that you can accommodate a bunch of thugs and sleazebags in the justice system who are there to undermine the court proceeding and make sure that you don't win. And on top of that, they have a third party making sure that you don't bring evidence that's relevant, because we've won and we've got 3 misdemeanors on you now, and none of it's relevant because you have these misdemeanors. And we feel that we've won and we've conquered you using millions of people and thousands of tactics over a period of 12 years or 11 years. We feel that we've won. This is their mentality. And we're going to continue to do it so that you live in a trailer, and you get everything opposite in life. Literally is exactly what I was told, to make sure that I live a life opposite to what I want. And they want to control that. Okay. So they want to drive the problem and then control the consequence and then control the reward. This is people. And this is why God said that he was going to remove you and the beasts of the land. That's what I got out of it. And it gave me a lot of comfort because now I have someone who shares an understanding about people who shares an understanding about life, and someone that I can lean on. So I'm going to close this out. I'm glad that I took 4 hours out of my life to document this, because I don't have to come back to it anytime soon. I can just do it like on a monthly basis. I'm glad I didn't have to upload a bunch of white vehicles following me, white trucks, white SUVs, and go through that whole process. I'm glad I didn't have to touch any electronic things. Um, and it's just off my mind now. But that's the jail. That's the Bible piece. Occupational piece is warming up. I'm expecting a bunch of confrontation, lies, deceit, and problems is what I'm already anticipating, because that's all I know. And that's all I know of these people. They've already initiated names of people who are there to create mental disturbance and conflict. One of them is Fowler, I believe, which is like a chapter president or something like that within the organization. So they've already established all the pillars of abuse. Like the mental raping hasn't stopped. They've already anticipated me going forward into this. So they're going to go ahead and put a bunch of roadblocks of mental raping and mental abuse right there. I've been told that I'm going to get a lot of the more harder cases. I've already been told this when you're doing research on any YouTube, they'll send the message through YouTube, and the only thing that they're going to upload is anything that is revealing entropy or revealing politics or revealing um, disruption, anything that is not peaceful. The only thing that they're going to upload are those things. So I've already kind of combed some of the YouTube channels on my next career, and that's what I've had to listen to, which is just convoluted dialogue about how you're going to be treated. Okay, going into the career. I had a woman walk by me and say that he's going to go in technology, he's going to get fired. So sometime ahead, I'm going to get fired when I go into technology, because I'm not around people. Professor Gardner basically says she told a story about how she got fired because she couldn't keep up with the computer. So apparently, um, you know, I'm not going to be able to keep up with the computer sometime. And so what happens is they'll just saturate your brain with all the things that are ahead. That's all they care to talk about. All they care to talk about is whatever is ahead of you, and wherever we know you're going, we're just going to carry dialogue because we know accuracy and with precision, this is what you're going to run into. And so I'm already anticipating that I'm going to have some sabotage and undermining of, and I've actually found that doing practice stuff, workbook stuff, I've already found where they're throwing you off with some of the rules um, and some of the context. And they're already saturating everything in your book with the rules, the context, the regulations, and they've already created little issues in there ahead of you. They've been sending me things through mail, like my Amazon, same thing. They've been sending me issues with semantics on Amazon, and they'll use the name of your Amazon driver or use the name of your Walmart delivery driver. Okay. Things like Jesus and things like, matter of fact, I think I ordered a pie recently, and then they had the driver order the driver delivered, and his name was Jesus. And because I had ordered a pie, right? Like humble pie or something like that. Anyways, they're always trying to make a mental connection. All of my browsing history is being uploaded in real time of what I can purchase. Those purchases are all in congruence with what it is that I want. And then what they'll do is they'll throw in little problems such as the size, or they'll throw in things that you don't need. Like when I was stricken by a copperhead recently, I was looking for boots that were high tops to protect my ankles and lower leg. And they made sure that they were sending me discounts on ankle boots instead of high tops. And because they're constraining you financially, and they know that you'll make purchases that are more congruent with your financial situation instead of just purchasing things that are more safe and the integrity of them are more long lasting. And so they're willing to not only do that, but shove the opportunity, which is really deleterious to you because of your financial situation. They're also going to push that material or that boot or that purchase. They'll make sure that the color of that purchase is incongruent with the ongoing ambient abuse around your house, around your workplace, or around the area of your recreational activity. So they were giving me like Columbia boots that were forest green with orange, bright orange laces because they knew like, and so they'll make connections with jail now. They'll make connections with the number two. They'll make connections with the number three, and they'll just keep making these connections. The way if they try to contact you, I try to contact you twice. And so everything changes over basically. It's a revolving mental trap, mental raping every day, every week, every month, just mental raping at all times. Okay? And saturating your world with disturbance. And this is why I understand why I should not be working around people. Because if I can't get away from it through the technological aspect, okay, or even the material aspect in my books, I have no business arriving, trying to demonstrate any of my potential or any of my academic excellence around a bunch of sleazebags in real world setting where they can then manipulate you and take advantage of you, which has been my entire life, being taken advantage of. This is the Conspiracy Broadcasting Network. I am closing it out. What else? The dog thing, the male thing, all of that. You know, with PTSD, you can't really deal with dogs like you used to. A lot of my perception changed being on the medications. So now, like, I just live a different life. My perception has changed completely. I don't like a lot of loud noises around the house, so I've got to surrender my dogs. I don't enjoy going outside as much with the dogs because I know that I'm just going to be targeted by the vehicles who are timing when I come in and out of my house. You know, the list goes on, is you just don't have freedom. It's a complete infringement of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And you're forced into a sedentary lifestyle, which is provoking other illnesses down the road. And you're at risk for other issues like cardiac and cancers and things of that nature. But at the same token, it keeps you away from being triggered and being mentally disturbed. And that's more important to me and having a relationship with the Lord and me and the Lord than it is being out with a bunch of liars, cheaters, and stealers who are there to just control you. They don't care about how well you do in the clinical setting. They don't care about how smart you are and how you can benefit people as a whole or the community. They don't care about any of it. They don't care that I spent time being wise or I've done things extracurricular to be understanding. They don't care. So I need to understand, because the Father, there's been plenty of times where the Father didn't care anymore. And there's been plenty of times that even in Chronicles and Acts that the Father didn't care and gave consequences. So I want to be in his image, and I want to understand that I don't have to give or sacrifice. That's the big thing, as he says, rather than sacrifice, I'd rather you be prudent and wise is more favorable than sacrifice in my eyes, says the Son and the Father. So here I am, and he says, don't lead with your heart, be wise. Here I am. This is a Conspiracy Broadcasting Network. I think I'm going to finally leave it.